Good evening, everyone. We are back to Book of Hours, although I'm very sorry for the time that it is. I was planning on trying to be maybe just a little bit past 8 o'clock, and it's clearly much later than that. And I really need to sneeze. Sorry, one second. Okay. But yeah, I completely lost track of time, but I also wasn't just sitting staring at the walls. I did actually have some stuff that I needed to get through. So we're going to take a minute here to make sure everything's tagged up correctly. We will review the patch notes because there has been at least one update to the game since we played it last. And then we can see what Numa brings. Okay, we're tagged for Book of Hours. Yep, we're good to go. Okay. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game, unless you want it to be. And I noticed a special sound. Save is stale? I wasn't expecting that. Your save is incompatible with this beta version. Please hit begin again to start over. Every significant patch during the beta will invalidate old saves. This is intentional so that A, we can test the start of the game, B, people don't get legacy saves with weird inconsistencies. We're rotating through new beta testers all the time, so don't feel the need to play every version. All right, let me just change the tweet. Alright, this build features the main body of the house as well as Gullscry Tower and the Abbey Church of the Unconquered Sun. It will be available until the 9th of June. Wrong button. News. Welcome to the solar beta of Book of Hours. Follow us at weatherfactory.biz and at, I think it's actually Weather Factory on Twitter now. Anyways, on Twitter to learn more about upcoming updates and other projects in the Secret History setting. If you find a bug or the game is crashing on you, do let us know at support@weatherfactory.biz. Thank you, Lottie and Alexis. I will also say I rather regrettably missed the anniversary of Cultist Simulators, so I think it's 5 years now. But there is a sale going on for Cultist Simulator now, for those of you who are interested. But let's focus on Book of Hours, particularly because I have a lot that I'm going to get through. I really do want to start pushing through to some of that content we haven't seen yet. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a 9-hour stream again. It would be good for me not to do a 9-hour stream. But I do have some ideas about how I might be able to work around that problem. But I will say, because I'm starting on the stream again, I will tweet out if I'm doing this stream again, or this game again, but it is possible that I will do this on unexpected days because, again, June 9th is not that far away, and I would really like to give, a good go at completing new material. So, sundry art, more crafting text, breadcrumb hints for scholar-level crafting, handful of bonus hidden recipes for the astute. There's no way I'm going to find those on stream. Workstations more permissive in some cases. Yep, wild, tame, hungry states all have identical art right now. More walk and beachcombing result tweaks. So I've not really been using that. I was intending on following up on it when I could, but the thing is, I had so much to do with my existing elements of the soul that I didn't quite see the need at the time. Maybe there are some things that I would have found easier, but I'm still trying to work those into a regular, kind of a regular pattern. Moor walk and beachcombing results tweaks. Well, beehive, gull colony, renunciation warnings for journal. Beasts now live on the floor. Beasts can be used to help with crafting, fed, tamed, and released. Eggs. Easier malady healing, clearer resting hints, allow Arab in cataloging. Using maladies in village is unhygienic. Tweaked graphic API selection, which might mean better performance if you're lucky, and silenced noises off. I'm not quite sure what that last one means, but... So I'm curious about this graphics API thing. I'm assuming it's not inside the game? Because I haven't had performance problems, but I would definitely be interested in trying them. I have an M1, or well, M2, but one of the Apple Silicon Macs. So I've been kind of wanting to try this out, but I have no idea if there's actually any meaningful differences between the two. But anyways, we will begin again. For those of you who got in early, this is your chance to shape the character, but... Brandkrug, March the 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brandkrug are treacherous. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There is something in my hand. I have a memory of a storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky, and one's thoughts from one's skull. To heart, to sky, heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Sky, wind, storm, echo, song. The intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity, and it is a memory. A drowned book, the one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. Readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. A journal. Before I begin this book, I began before this book, but it'll end when I do, and it is currently soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. Oops, it's not a sundry. And health, half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Again, it's heart, winter. Winter is the principle of silence, endings, and of those things which are not quite dead. It's an element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. And finally, cooking soap as well. So, we're back to St. Brendan's Cove. Here, the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Brandkrug village find oddities washed up here. Now, the game has kind of already told us that we need to kind of heal ourselves and clean up. I don't want to spend too much time messing around with the... Oh, by the way, one thing I do just want to specify, because I am going to wind up covering the warning in the bottom corner here. But we are enjoying the solar early beta, so if you are making some buying decisions off of this stream, please remember that this is still a game that is being tested, and that is one of the things we're doing on the stream, helping test out the game and do some bug reports, as well as having a chance to talk about the game here. And of course, we've done the opening a few times, so I won't necessarily rush through it, but I have a clearer idea about what I want to try and do. Brandkrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. I will need help to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the Restoration and the new king. Finally, we've got memory. What do I have left to work with? Now, this will accept an element of the soul, a memory, and a soak. And you notice if you click on the empty slot, it will accept different. It'll accept different cards, but not every card is necessarily going to work. So. I'm soaked, I'm freezing, but as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health, don't lose it. You need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Well, I have a memory of the storm, scattered memories. I can't get my thoughts straight. Perhaps there is something in the book. And here we go. Perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. Finally, you could take the memory of the storm. You could also try it with the health, but freezing fingers. The book's in bad shape, and I'm not much better. We're both in need of a warm, dry, safe place, and soon. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me, and then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. Hello, Starbright Knight. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. And Brine is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? So if you would like Starbright Knight, you're actually in a position to help shape the playthrough here. I have a thing that I would be interested in myself, but I'm going to let you have some input. So in this case here, in this game you have elements of the soul, where you, it's basically different parts of you. And right now we have washed up on, we're in the middle of a storm, we've washed up on the beach. I'm probably being dominated by the, the audio, in fact. We are, you know, much like our journal, waterlogged. We're trying to sort of get out of, we're trying to get out of the rain, but in order to do so, we kind of need to figure out where we are and who we are. And so in this case here, we have an opportunity to gain one of our elements of the soul. In this case, we've got core, which is exuberance, instinct, and rhythm. Shapt, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways, and fet, that part of us which dreams. Oh, sorry, I need to... So what remains of me? So there's instinct, the human soul has 9 parts. Exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct all rise from that part of the soul we call core. Is my core strong? So recover this, the other 2 will be lost to the sea for now. We could alternatively pick shapt. Eloquence and understanding rise from the part of the soul we call shapt. Is my shapt strong? And finally, fet. Fet is that part of the soul that dreams. Is my fet strong? Do you have a preference between any of these 3? You're totally fine to leave it aside, or let me play the game for myself if you want. But given that you are the early arrival, you would go with understanding. So sorry, was that shapt? Eloquence and understanding? Okay. What remains of me? Words. Now, this is the coast where Brine Isle lies. My sources briefed me thoroughly about the place, and I know there's no way I can cross the isle. Sorry, cross to the isle in these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. So here's my shaft. So we get to pick one of 4 others. If you are interested in Starbright Knight, you can definitely pick another one, but I'm also happy to sort of take a shot myself. So we've got metal, the capacity for meaningful choice. Whist, name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. And Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. So, character, metal is the soul's tempering, will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Choose a strong metal and a past where you made mistakes. The waves will wash away the others for now. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone, what remains after the rest has passed. Choose a strong whist and a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. The waves will wash away the others for now. I'm slightly inclined to go for whist this time around, but don't let that alter anyone's opinions. We've got Faust. Faust is the light within. Sight, perception, inspiration. Choose a strong Faust and a pass with a pursuer who can see the light within you. The waves will wash away the others for now. And finally, Arab. Arab is the shadow of the soul's cellar. In the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Choose a strong Arab and a past where your passions were paramount. The waves will wash away the others for now. And both Starbright Knight and Vanguard Master are welcome to give some input. Whist? Okay. Do you concur, Vanguard Master? This is a democracy. I'm happy to go on my own, but you concur. Okay. Actually, I need a second here to... I'm just going to get some water. I'll be back. No, it's a bottled water I've had in the fridge for too long. Okay, whist it is. There are still things I don't remember, but I do remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. So, Shapt. In this case, it's Forge and Knock. Whist is Lantern and Winter. We've got an old friend's address. Mr. Kill is the coffin maker of Brancrude Village. I once wrote kindly of his poetry. His home is always open to me, though he's asked me never to mention poetry in front of Mrs. Kill. I can find shelter for tonight under their roof once I've reached Brancrude Village. Shelter? Brancrude Village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Memory, fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. A cry for help? Perhaps there's someone out there, even in this weather. I can fill my lungs and bellow for help. That would also mean I don't have to crawl any further. Okay, it's not that long. At last I see the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face glimmers above the lamp. A fisherman from Brancrude Village. He can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. He has moon aspect, secrets are soft, night is softer still, the sea speaks, it is not always wise to listen, the nocturnal, the forgotten, skeptical, trust can be bought or earned. He's an assistant, and he is reluctant, someone who will only who will provide help, but only essential help. So, if we wanted, we can use this to get us to Brancrude Village. It has assistance and sky, but they can't be skeptical. So if we tried to add them here, it wouldn't work. But we can talk with the fellow. Allaying suspicion. Come no closer. What's thy business? A name? Is there someone who might vouch for me with the villagers? Be someone who will speak for ye? Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners. But there is someone in Brancrude I know. I'll take ye by the cliffs, then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Here it is. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself. Like Hush House, Brancrude Village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. Mr. Kill struggles as he opens the door. The wind almost snatches it from his hands. His eyes widen as he sees me. Shelter! It's essential, so it's got to be winter and soaked, which this is not. Although it does have a winter mystery. How you doing, Erasmus? Mr. Kill constructed the bed himself. I rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It is not a comfortable bed, but it's dry, clean, and warm. I feel like the music's very slightly changed, but I could just be picking up on smaller details. I sit up talking with Mr. and Mrs. K as the wind rattles the shutters and the fire shrugs its way emberward. I'm very hungry and Mrs. K's gallets are impossibly good. Mr. K pretends to grumble about foreign cooking. No one is convinced. All right, memory satisfaction. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. So I didn't talk about the aspects of fear. So this is edge and scale, whereas satisfaction is grail and heart. And hopefully we'll be able to use those to work out some introductions and such. Okay, so there's a number of different things that we can do. Probably the first thing that's smartest for me to do is to warm my journal. So in this case, we do need to use, we need some kind of an introduction. So in this case here, speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So in this case, we will choose the drowned book. Mrs. Kill, gloomy as always, kind as ever, lights the kitchen fire and helps me dry the book, while Mr. Kill saws away in the next room. Birth always leaves marks, she opines, as she carefully tucks fragments of muslin between the damp pages. Okay. So I'm probably already used up for today, given that I only have my health available, but let's see what else we can do. Scarred book. Goatskin, antelope, some scarred leather that catches my memory. I should know. So Knock, the principle called Knock, permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Knock opens doors and unseams barriers. This is a mystery winter. Greater challenges require stronger skills. It's a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. Master Zun. Uncatalogued. There is nothing as safe as ignorance, or as dangerous. Near a wolf. Readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. And journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. I'm actually kind of curious about the uncatalogued book here. Okay, no. It won't take health. It'll take everything else, though. So the first thing that I'm going to want to do is to go to the Tree of Wisdoms. So, the Tree of Wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree about where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdom. Oh, hang on. No, it can't be uncatalogued. Silly dude. I think we're actually used up for today. So, something for me. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, says she. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're waiting for dawn, so we'll actually get all our skills back. I will send you an all capital letters Discord message, Vanguard Master, just a heads up. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brandkrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a few weeks ago. A letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. It's a 10-shilling note, half a pound, but not half a note. A recent innovation. Okay. We can't open up the rectory or Denzel's, but we could buy around at the Sweet Bones. I could also talk my way in, but I think a wary welcome at the inn. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. I also keep forgetting that you do actually get memories each time, so in this case, I suspect I will lose all of them as my, as all of these renew. So, moving on, we will need to get to the Mistcloak Bridge. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but it does not mean that it's new. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. I guess there's one other thing I can look at here. So the repairs can be done so with assistance, forge, lantern, or sky. But again, in order to get any of these introductions... Oh, hang on. I'm not thinking straight. If I hire someone... So first of all, I can do manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. See, I could have gone to the Mistcloak Bridge using the miner. Okay, so what I will do though is we'll get... In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling buys his labor for a day. Miners' assistants. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could withstand comparison with the best of men. So Forge, Moon, and Two Scale. Alright, Cucurbit Bridge. Hush House has been many things over the centuries, including in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1932 a jail. No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant Nocturnal Branch paid for a new bridge. So we need 2 forge, or a heart, or a knock for another run at the house. What I'm going to do here, at minimum, I'm going to open up the smithy. A mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. I might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. Denzel is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. So we get a foresight for that. Actually, that means that I can make use of the miner. So, because we can use the foresight to improve their forge. I can discuss a memory with the assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And Mr. Kill should be able to help us out with Crowcross Sand, so I don't need to hire another miner. I do need to wonder if there's something that I can gain deeper in the house, but the problem is that we're so close to kind of finishing out the day. I don't think it'll be worth it. We'll see, but I think if I was going to take advantage of some of the early memories, I shouldn't have fast forwarded. Memories don't last as long outside of books, but it's made a difference for the day. So a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. By the way, I'm curious if that sun's back. No. Okay, lots of things. Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years in the times we call baronial, Curia Nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There's no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storm of Rankrug Bay. This is also a baronial period building, or room, so in the 16th century the de Wolf family became the Barons Brankrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. And I'm just going to pause for some refreshment. Tea. Okay. I am curious about the bed. So, stout, rustic, snug. Use a health card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Now, in ye old days, so this isn't my bed yet. Use a health card to move your belongings in and make this your bed. Now, it's possible that whatever was keeping us in this sort of eternal loop doesn't apply anymore. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't have any way of following through on it now, so we'll just leave that. We'll leave that alone. But the great gate of the house. The walls of the house tower above me. I had been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. So, key. Hush House key. Heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn. Heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. It has principle of knock, winter, it's considerable, it is a thing, and it is a key. That part of the soul called Shabd is left outside it, the white door of the mansis, as a key in the door, or as a sword outside a king's hall, if you listen to the noble endeavor. Now it's got to be shapped. It can't be shabbed. So sorry, just give me a quick second here to make a note. So just to give you a bit of an idea, like, I'm not quite as thick on the lore of the game as I probably am, but like not as... There's the difference between how thick I seem and how thick I actually am. The reasoning here, right? So there's always the worry that the spelling of a word is just maybe an older spelling, or that it's referring to something different. And certainly when it comes to the elements of the soul, like if you saw core and it was actually supposed to be spelt with a K instead of a CH, how would you know, right? You need a little bit more of an understanding, or you need a little bit more reference. So there's the possibility here that, okay, what if Shabd is deliberately intended to sound similar to Shapt, but is actually something different? So how do I know that this is likely a mistake as opposed to, it just being a unique spelling or a new element of the soul? Well, first of all, there's 9 elements of the soul in the game, so this would imply a 10th element, which again there could be there could be a mystery involved with that, right? 30 hours, 6 died. There's that. There's those kinds of questions that that come up and you try and wrestle with as much as you can inside of the game. But specifically here, the idea that the part of the soul called Shapt being left outside the white door of the Mansus, well, if you played Cultist Simulator, you know that you lose your powers of speech when you cross the white door. And because we have Shapt ourselves, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways, it would make sense here that it's referring not just to an element of the soul, but any argument here that would say that this is in reference to some mysterious 10th element that only applies to this conversation, it would have enough overlap with the thing that has the similar name that all of a sudden you're sort of like, well, it sort of feels like we're contorting ourselves to suggest that this is more, or that this is just something other than a typo. So that's kind of the reasoning behind it. All right, the Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brine of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. The gatehouse stairs requires 2 forge or 2 lantern. We do not have either of those. And the cloistered garden requires either 2 lantern or 2 nectar. And again, we don't have those. So in this case, we've sort of hit our limits in terms of people that we can hire. I think the best we can hope for would be to get either Denzil or Timothy. The only other thing that I might want to use a hireling for would be to access the rectory. So rectory would be knock, lantern, or sky. Okay, we can definitely get that. Yeah, so we will hire one more miner. Hopefully the sun doesn't go down in 5 seconds. I can discuss a memory with this assistant. Oh, you know what? The sun might go down by the time we can visit the rectory, though. No! Hey, we can get it. So, tea with the rector. A mutual acquaintance has induced Reverend Timothy. Sorry, I should read the text here. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, hospitable enough that he'll get an introduction after dark. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky, perhaps someone who shares his interest in theology or poetry. Oh, so actually probably Mr. Kill would have been able to help out with that. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theories about the pagan traditions of the miners. The rectory is now available. So with traveling at night, we'll be able to study that with our Shapt. The second book, the second volume, we're not quite clear on. And then I have cataloging to do as well. But we're off to a good start for the day. So I think what I'm going to do for starters is camp, because it will be important for me to know whether or not I can restore my my skills. So I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Move your belongings into this room, and then you can use the bed to rest, abilities, and recover maladies. All right, and it's a rainy day, so 2 nectar, which in the worst case scenario, I should be able to enter the cloistered garden at minimum. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world, and he has shaped cradles for their departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. So actually, before I do that, I think I want to catalog... My journal, that battered leather cover is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. So part of my reasoning here is I now know that I'm going to be able to access the cloistered garden, and as a consequence, I can hire. Well, also if I want, I can just go higher by hiring Denzel. That's also an option. All right, my journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here, to understand my curse and redeem myself. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will record what arose from my crime and my curse. The archaeologists came to Hush House to master skolakosophy, so they can atone for their crime, one way or another, but you can complete the game by mastering any wisdom. So, Memory's the archaeologist. I opened a tomb and found too late that it was a prison. The plague that I released is now my shadow, or perhaps I am its reflection. It is too late to set matters right, but it is not too late to make amends, nor too late to protect the future from the past. Okay. So, I have the option... Well, sorry, first of all, I do want to go to the Tree of Wisdoms. So, there's a spare tryst for me. That has... Moon and Moth. So the one thing it will be good for is... Oh, I also got an extra shaft. I'm trying to think where it came from. But what I can do is catalog one of these books. So baronial and catalog, there's nothing as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Bacon. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly... No, not Whist. Baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Of course, it's worth saying the last time that I cataloged books, there was a room that was like 50% curse. Well, probably a little under 50%, but still. Every curse I've ever gotten has actually been from a baronial period book. Right, in the Mallory. So this is a 2-lantern text. We don't have the ability to read it yet, but we do have... if we have a sunny day, that should be able to help us out. Okay, so the way I see it, we can bring in Reverend Timothy. Oh, it's... unsociable hours. The rectory is dark, and Terence, the housekeeper, is probably a prowl. I should return after dawn. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Stout, rustic, snug. This is where you can sleep. My bed, a resting place, although I hope not my final resting place. Use a fresh health card to make your bed and move your belongings out of here if you want to choose a different bed to rest in. Interesting. Okay, so I could settle in for a nap with a cup of something warming or a glass of something soothing. Add a beverage to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. Aha! All right, so that was the part that I was missing. Which makes sense, right? Like, I used to be kind of getting away with that for free. So what I'm thinking, it's probably not worth it to... Like, this is actually, at least in terms of me, this is a clever way of dealing with the way I was sort of abusing the ability to rest. I'm not opposed to doing this. But what I am reluctant to do is I'm reluctant to use this without, how do I put it? Like, I'm reluctant to use up a drink, like use up a beverage, which I could be using to enhance some of my other followers, just so that I can, you know, catalog a book faster, something that I could do another day. So one of the things that I am going to be trying to do is work on skills that give me beverages, or, you know, will allow me to sort of replace some of the things I might otherwise be missing. And as a result, that means that I'm actually going to be making more use of the kind of the skills that remain dormant in my previous playthroughs. So I did say that I was going to hire a miner. So that's going to be to take advantage of the rain. And I suppose the question here is, do I want to try and do something with like, so I've got my health, my shaft, and my whist. So I could use those to open, to like learn new skills. I'm slightly inclined to do that, actually. And the cost for it will be that I can't get as far into the house as I normally would have. But I think I'm willing to give that up, to be honest. So, we will consider our book, Winter a Conclusion. I can master the mystery in this book, enough winter to match Mystery Winter. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So, we're going to talk about the rain. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. The influences of the turning skies can boost an assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Now, the question would be, do I want to hire Denzel or the Reverend Timothy? And the answer is yes. I'm actually going to speak with Denzel and hire him. And that's just because I can use my health for that. What do you need? Actually, I don't think I'm going to do that quite yet. I have a little bit of time before the sun sets, so I want to see if I can take advantage of some discussions. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, so we're going to talk with the miner for a bit. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they have to say, add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. So what I'm hoping to do here is use the talk verb with the miner in order to try and get a memory, because it is relatively expensive to buy Denzel or Timothy's help. I don't know if Mrs. Kill will expect payment. I suspect she will. Okay, I can master the mystery in this book, enough winter to match Mystery Winter. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. Okay. So our outside option is always at the kind of the last minute to hire Denzel and kind of carry on with the day. But in this case here, getting some of these memories gives me the possibility of saving some money, which just means I can get a little bit further in the I can move a little bit further through the house for the money that I spend. Okay, more gossip. I am curious to see if the uniqueness is... Nope. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they are just stuck giving me gossip, because it would seem to me to be a little bit of an advantage to to get the tools to be able to boost mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Okay, so we've got the Ragged Crossroads and the Sandscarred Journal. So we will learn that skill right away. A new skill to understand why 4 paths were not taken. Okay, and intuition, so that's Moon and Rose. I suppose in a pinch I could always use my shaft to talk to one of the miners, but I'm not quite ready to do that because I want the shaft for traveling at night, so... The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. Now, I'm going to resist using the Ragged Crossroads here, because I can level this up to level 3. And I have run into this problem where I'm good at getting the minor skills, but I haven't really moved my way up in any of the higher level ones, so... it does mean that I'm going to be a little short at the start, but I think this will pay off in the long run. So I'm a match for this book. Although we are getting close to the end of the day, so I'm going to need to make a decision about whether or not I hire Denzel. Okay. I don't think that really helps me, so... I think I get one more. Well, that's Sky. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Okay, that hindsight's not necessarily going to help me with my exploration, but it is going to help me level up the Ragged Crossroads. So that still sort of paid off. Sorry, just want a second here to double check. Oh, I didn't make note on the... Yeah, winter and scale. Okay, so I am willing to hire Denzel. Assistance from Denzel the blacksmith. What do you need? I suppose at this point we can talk with the miner again because we know that we're going to move into the cloistered garden. Oh, you know, the funny thing is I may not be able to improve the memory hindsight because we're studying traveling at night. Anyways, the stairs to this room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this place. So, Watchman's Tower, the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So the top floor requires Grail or Sky, which actually, because we've got, oh, nope, Gossip on its own will not be sufficient. Nuts. I was thinking I would maybe be able to hire a miner to be able to help out. In any case, 2 books. We've got a desk that we can reply. Or sorry, 3 books. We've got a desk that we can reply to. So, or well, a letter that we can reply to, and a desk that we can write the reply at. Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansis. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansis has no walls. Okay, Gossip. So we will use the miner to help out with the cloistered garden. I can make out the green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I will need help to clear the space. St. Brandon's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century, at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. So we've got the walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. So this is a 4-edge or 4-nectar job. And then in the long tower, we need either 3 lantern or 3 winter. So if we get Memory Solace in the future, we're going to be able to combine that with Baron Silence's Astrolabe, and that will allow us to get the equivalent of Sky 2, which also sounds like a TV channel. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Elopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. So, an impulse memory. Edict's Liminal. I've gained more understanding of Edict's Liminal. And we've got the book back in place. So I might as well get the skill right away. A new skill, the Precepts of Limitation and Division, established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the Chancel. That will actually help us out with Skolokosophy if we want. So, I am going to prioritize Skolokosophy as much as I can. Conflict creates gods. There is a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours of the Chancel have decreed that it will not exist. The decrees of the Chancel are not defied, but now and then they have been circumvented, and we might conceive that city with walls of shining skolosite should be raised nowhere, in the darkness below dreams. This would be Skolokosophy. We've got Arab. Okay, so we've got all of our skills back. We sort of want to work out our plan for the day. So one thing I want to do is write a reply. In terms of accessing different rooms, I need 3 knock or 3 rose, 4 edge or 4 nectar, 3 lantern or 3 winter, or 2 grail or 2 sky. Now we do have Arab, which will give us Mrs. Kill, I believe. Let's Speak with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. If I don't choose a topic, Mrs. Kill will offer help as a friend. Okay, so we technically get access to 2 people with Mrs. and Mrs. Kill. Aegis Sounder, how are you doing? I also want to catalog some books. Let's start with a letter. Oh, but no ink anymore. Interesting. That's actually kind of fun to make this a puzzle. To reply instead, add ink at a desk. Yeah, so that doesn't start with ink in the room. That's kind of neat. Okay. I think I'm going to start by cataloging the books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to the 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Moving on, I think my best option right now is to bring in Mr. and Mrs. Kill. So, Mrs. Kill mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. You are camping at Kerrville Folk Festival. Excellent. Okay, so one option I have... Oh wait, no, because I would need 1 more nectar. I was going to say I could combine the health and the rain with a minor to be able to make them a yeah, I think we're just going to wait. Midwife's assistant says, somber as autumn, as kind as autumn. She also likes her beer. Make use of the midway's help before dawn. So if we added health here, +2. So in this case, I actually think it's just... Okay, so it says 2 heart here. So it looks like that is corrected. But in any case, it's just the 1 nectar. So the most we get is 3 nectar, which we're not ready for yet. Okay. So, I can use Reverend Timothy to get to the first true threshold. I can use Mrs. Kill to get to the top floor. So we'll start with that right now. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. I should actually take a second to think about this because... right now, Mrs. Kill is my main source of conversation. So who's the next person that I hire? Definitely Reverend Timothy. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to chat with Mrs. Kill first. We will use our shaps to speak with the Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2 shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. I do need money. I'm not quite ready to use the health yet. Or actually, I think I am now. Because I can't use health to catalog a book, and I don't need Denzel, so... Manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. We do appreciate the contribution. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, and the gate and the light. Make use of the rector's help before dawn. So the shaft is spoken for. the best I can do next is find a way to boost Mr. Kill with a little bit of Whist. Okay, the Wainscot histories, so that's not going to be something we can handle right now. Subtitled Stories from Behind Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged in countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. So... I think I'm going to need to wait. If I can't find a better use for the Whist, then I'm going to be able to talk with... then I'll be able to use the Whist to catalog a book. And if I... Okay, regret. Collaborate Shaft, education or beguilement. So regret gets us Winter and Forge. So I'll be able to improve the Ragged Crossroads off of that. In fact, let's do that now. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't committed it yet. The skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. So we're going to go for level 3 on this thing, but we're not quite there yet. Okay. I reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. The entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The Curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and the premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. So there's a number of people here. We've got Valentine de Wolf, Hendrik de Wolf, Lady de Braus, Lady Rowena, Sister, Abbot Geoffrey, Abbot Thomas, and Saint Melissenth, I think. No ink, though. So, the Tangle of Thorns requires Grail or Nectar. The Weedchoke Garden requires 3 heart or 3 nectar. So we can actually... We could have gotten away with that had we not used our heart to make some money. But we couldn't have known at the time, right? So, again, there's a few options that I have with the Whist. So I could catalog a book. I could hire Mr. Kill. And we could unlock Crowcross Sands. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep talking with Mrs. Kill. We'll maybe wait until later in the day, and then that's when I'm going to pick what to do with Whist. But I don't actually feel a strong need to... I feel like I can catalog the book tomorrow if it comes down to it. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I have a shilling if I need to hire a worker. There is something kind of funny about being able to unlock the house, and my first challenge is I need to find a pen. Okay, we got some gossip. Now that's actually pretty good for boosting the Grail. So this is sort of my... This is like my base option. But if I want, because Mrs. Kill is stronger, I could actually unlock the Tangle of Thorns using her. Okay, that's going to be helpful. I might even wind up using my whist off of that. So this is 2 lantern, which gives me a chance to read in the Mallory. So I've got 1 lantern already. The catch is that I just need I need a little bit more. So if I had 1 more lantern, I'd be able to read the Wainscot histories. Although if I'm going to read the text, I should probably do that now. So yeah, let's read in the Mallory. Perhaps. Revelations. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough lantern to match the mystery lantern. So the reason I'm doing this now is that this gives us a chance to have the whist back in time for... this gives us a chance to have the whist back in time for the next... for the next sort of season, or the next day. And that just puts me a little bit further ahead in terms of the rest of the investigations. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversation with her yields... Okay, sorry, 1 second. Oh no, conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. Okay, satisfaction. There it is, and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. So satisfaction definitely gives us more Grail to work with. As does gossip. But... oh yeah, actually the gossip wouldn't have helped me here. So I suppose the question now would be, maybe it's more sensible to talk with Mrs. Kill about the satisfaction, given that we know we can always bring her back for the Watchman's Tower. Storm. Okay, so that's a heart and sky combination. Okay, so if I'm going to make a move, yes, I am actually going to hire a miner in this case. In the spring, in spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below if one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones. No, I'm not actually. I was going to say I can talk with Mrs. Kill about the satisfaction and then the miner about the storm. But if I do it that way, I'm not gonna be able to improve both, and I waste the shilling. So what we'll do is we will use the satisfaction with Mrs. Kill to unlock not the Weed Choke Garden, the Tangle of Thorns. And the reason for that is not necessarily that I really want to get into the Tangle of Thorns. It's the fact that I'm not going to need to use that memory on her again, basically. If I can get an edge memory too, that would be nice, but... I can discuss memory with my assistant. I suspect I'm not going to be able to get another... I'm not going to be able to get another memory from her, but that's fine. We'll have plenty of opportunities to level up the Ragged Crossroads. I've mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. I've gained more understanding of Anbury and Lapidary. And we've got our forge. A new skill, lightning is a little life and jewels are its eyes. Ava DeWolf. So I'm going to hold off on this lesson, not because I don't need it, but I don't get any benefit from locking it in right now. Ooh, actually, I can now read Traveling at Night. So there's the possibility that I can level up Anbury and Lapidary off of another book that I read. So that's why I'm going to be a little more cautious on committing it. Okay, and looks like I am able to grab another memory, so we'll work with that. All right, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I think the plan for tomorrow is going to be we use Arab to get Mrs. Kill so that we can unlock the top floor. We'll bring in Mr. Kill. If nothing else, that will access Crowcross Sands for us. We'll catalog the 2 remaining books, and we will read Traveling at Night. An impulse. Okay, so that doesn't do too much for me. So a flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. So here we've got a hurricane lamp, proof against storm, wind, and moth swoop alike. So this is light, so we can see or so we can celebrate. Skin Shuck Mead, moth's gifts to the devotees, old form, so they could shed their skins and don the skins of beasts. I don't have any gardening ability yet. So the Ruinous Hall requires 5 heart or 5 scale. The Grand Descent requires 4 of basically everything. So most likely we're going to be able to get into the Weed Choke Garden using Mrs. Kill, but we can only use her once a day, so I need to be kind of choosy in terms of how I go about this. Yeah, we're 1 short on the Ragged Crossroads. But I definitely have plans for the oncoming day. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we know we're going to bring in Mrs. Kill right away, so Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. And it's a cloudy day, so that is moon and moth. Nothing too helpful for us, but you never know what we need, right? Alright, so we're going to start chatting with her right away. Now the next question is, do I need anything from Mr. Kill? And we can always get the title flats. The question is if I need anything else. Getting another whist would be very helpful here. So I think in this case, because we do have a use for Mr. Kill, I will actually bring him in. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. And let's get cataloging again. So we can go... Well, actually, there's a few things that I want to do. So we will catalog one of the books with Trist. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then I want to use... Well, it doesn't really matter the order that I do it now anyway, but I did want to read the other volume of Traveling at Night because we have the ability to read it because of Anbury and Lapidary. I can master the mystery of this book. Enough sky to match mystery sky. So we'll send Mrs. Kill up to deal with the Watchman's Tower, and then we'll just keep talking with Mr. Kill after that. The annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. There it is, and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. I was actually just thinking there is that question of whether or not I want to... we don't need to go to the wheat choke garden. Yeah. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. Observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the Great Comet in 1577. So we've got Domaine Raveline, but we do not have ink. I'm probably going to have to wind up making ink. Oop, but I should be talking with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And we have a 4 nectar book. That's going to be a challenge. So we don't really have much else to do with the shaft. In this case, it's just going to be cataloging. And actually, I don't think... Yeah, the desk is not going to take my shaft skill for that. So we're just going to wait. And at this point, I think we can use our health in the Sweet Bones. Sorry, I should read the description. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. So again, my outside option with Mr. Kill is to unlock Crowcross Sands, and if it doesn't work, that's if things don't work out. If ideally, what will happen is I'm going to get something winter oriented from him, and then we can start moving up the Long Tower. There is an extensive discussion on the comparisons between Alopoli's own dreams and those of Emperor Elagabalus, who Alopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Alopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Okay, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Foresight gets us Forge and Lantern. Also, I don't know why I thought Kill had Lantern. It's Wisp that has Lantern. Maybe I just thought it instead of said it, but... Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last. Thankfully, speech can't get past the White Door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. So this got us Solace, which is good for Sky. We've got Sights and Sensations. Okay. So we'll consider that a new skill. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. And Hindsight. So that is some winter aspect for me to work with. So in that case, this now opens up the possibility of exploring the house with Mr. Kill. I want to see how much winter aspect I can get, because if I wind up with 2, then I may want to use it with the Ragged Crossroads. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so that's 2 Sky and 1 Winter. Now, if I want, I can potentially lock that into the Tree of Wisdoms. I'm going to resist the temptation to do so, just again because there's the possibility that I can read some books that will give me more lessons learned for these skills. And so in this case here, I will, I'm not gonna get too strict about it. If I have a chance to improve things, great. I think if I were to try that now, at least one memory must be a relevant lesson. So we lost the old ways. Yeah, so basically, if I get another winter, or if I get an edge, I may want to consider reusing that hindsight. But it depends, right? We'll sort of see we'll see how the day plays out, and then I can make a decision. It's probably better for me to get access to more books because that gets me access to more skills, but we'll see. Okay, Storm. I think I am going to talk to him about the hindsight. Just a reminder in terms of what we're looking for. So we've passed the memories of, we've mastered the books that were found inside of our original quarters. So 4 Nectar is going to be a tough one to work with. 4 Lantern we might be able to work with. No, actually we're not ready to work with that yet. But we have 3 texts that we can currently access. And then we may also wind up... Oh, I should be thinking about... Yeah, man, I really was not paying attention here. That's fine. We'll still be able to... we'll still have our shop back by the end of the night, but... I should figure out what these might grant me. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So this is a scale mystery. Not the easiest one for us to work with, but I feel like we should be able to... work with it. I don't think we have any scale right now. But yeah, tomorrow we will definitely catalog these 2 books at the very least. We will bring back Mr. Kill. I'm going to bring back Mrs. Kill because we can at least get through the Weed Choke Garden. And again, our basic option with Mr. Kill is to unlock Crowcross Sands. So it'll look a lot like today, I think. Okay, another foresight. That doesn't really help me, but I'm not going to complain about more memories. Another thing I haven't really done a whole lot of is considering the various types of furniture. Now, I feel that a lot of the furniture and the paintings and such do actually grant more than I've kind of appreciated. Like right now, I think any time that I've considered like a chair, it's wound up giving me like touch or something like that, which again, not a problem. Like I'm happy to get the memory that's associated with it, but maybe it's not always the most important thing for me to be getting at that time. So at some point I want to see if I can interact with them in a way that gives me something a little extra. For now though, we work with what we've been been given. So, the tower, the first floor. The long tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. Okay, so 1 book, and we do have some ink here, so perniculate. Deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. Okay, to get to the next floor, we'll need 4 winter or 4 lantern. I think we can handle that. But yeah, the plan is the same as before. Arab for Mrs. Kill. We use health with her to get her heart to where it needs to be. Whist with Mr. Kill, or to get Mr. Kill. And ideally we wind up with at least 1 memory that will allow him to move up to 4 winter. And if we can't get that, then we use him to unlock Crowcross Sands. The rest of my skills, so Trist definitely used to catalog 1 of these books, and then in the worst case scenario we use the Shaft to catalog the rest of it. Oh yes, actually I should probably reply to this letter first. Add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow all soul cards. I can use my health. Straightforward reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. Dear Trustees, I have arrived. An inquisitive reply. Okay, so I actually don't like either of those options. I will use Trist here. An enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. The sea remains, the house remains. What else remains? We shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. Incidentally, I don't think I described this before, so the change and the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay. Back to work. So I didn't want to use my health because we were going to use that to gain access to the Weed Choke Garden, and I didn't want to use the Whist because that gets us access to Mr. Kill. And another cloudy day, which doesn't really give us too much. Also, I should have been cataloging. Okay, so we go to the post office, reply to the trust. I could take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. Ready to post. This message will find its destination once properly sanctioned by the powers of the post box. Take it to the post office and pay for a stamp. Patience. Thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow. Thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend. Thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase a stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, let's chat with Mrs. Kill about health. We'll use Whist to get Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. One other line that I like with the postmistress is 2 petty cash. The postmistress will break larger currency into change, but don't tempt her anger with so mean and small a coin as this. Something happened. Okay, the Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. So this is a level 8 lantern mystery, so it's probably going to take us a while to get there. It's also written in Greek, a tongue for philosophers, theologians, and heroes. The librarian reads Greek, but don't assume that others can. Yeah, we'll just put that back. And because I can't make any progress with that, we will use our shaft to catalog one final book. Again, the search here has really been just for to try and find anything that we can use to. We're trying to find anything that will give us additional skills. We'll work alongside each other. Okay, so we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill. Again, the aim here is to try and level him up, and if we can't level him up, then we use him to unlock Crowcross Sands. Right, from what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. I got burned by this again. Okay, so apparently it does not grant sufficient heart. It does still only give 1 heart. I should have paid closer attention. That is a real shame because I could have used the money. So, what do I do now? Well, we keep talking and we see if maybe I can improve things with Mrs. K. I mean, the worst that we lose here is just my elements of the soul. So, there's there are worse things that could have happened. Okay, advice on containment, Theresa Blake. So this will be helpful for us. We can read this with Shaft when the time comes. Okay, gossip might work. So that would bring her up to Grail 3, but we need Heart 3. Of course, if it's Storm, we can get her up to Heart 4. It would probably be good to explore the house at that point. We'll see. A lot of this depends on what memories we get. The Solace might help. I'm gonna wait a second on that. That's 2 heart and a sky. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So I think that gets us the Grand Ascent. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. Right, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason, Gregory Wheellock. So, I can also put down... So it was Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brandkrug. We'll put him in his place. Valentin... don't believe, yeah, he has a spot yet. I can't remember Walter. Yeah, I'll just leave the rest of that in its place. So again, a lot of this hinges on what memories we get from our conversations with the kills. The one thing I would have done differently this time around, of course, would have been to use my health at the sweet bones. And in this case here, if we don't wind up with a winter, then we'll just unlock Crowcross Sands, which gives us the option to go beachcombing. Although we do have the option of checking out the moors. Or I guess just the moor. Clamber up the long reaches of the moors behind the village. Lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. Okay, so foresight, we will make sure that we lock in the regret with Mr. Kill first. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So again, that's to take his winter from 2 to 4, which gives us access to the next level of the Long Tower. We can, of course, use it to go higher up the Grand Ascent as well, but there's not quite the same need there. I suspect probably some of the challenges will come to when I try to get deeper in the house, because that's going to involve spending some money on assistance. But again, I want to see what I can do with my existing skills and abilities. Right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. I don't see how getting another memory is going to help here, but I might as well make the most of the opportunity. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to, yeah, we get dusk, so even if we wind up with another winter, that's not going to be sufficient for the Ragged Crossroads. But that's fine, because again, we've unlocked the different places with different books. We're going to have plenty to catalog, and then we're going to have plenty to study afterwards. Alright, the Long Tower, second floor. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. I don't know if I read the Solomon study here. So, in 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became the third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. And Solomon's Quarter, generally reckoned as the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler and reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. So if I want, I've got Isle water here. This is the sort of thing that I could use to replenish my elements of the soul. But again, I want to do that on essentially until I get the ability to replenish my beverages. I don't want to be too reckless in terms of using that. There are definitely some times that I've wanted to regain there are times that I've wanted to do that on reasonably short notice, so I don't want to wind up in a situation where I deny myself the option of doing so. There's plenty of stuff for us to work with. So, we've got the tea, there's, wine kicking around. There's a lot that I can do. But it is it's one of these cases where I don't want to be too reckless with the consumables. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So let's take a second to think about what we want to do this turn. So I need 4 hearts. Okay, knowing what we know now about heart, it's not clear that I need Mrs. Kill for today. So my Arab may be used. I believe Arab is now available for reading again. At the very least, cataloging, I think. Yep. So I think I'm gonna wait to see what memories are available. Now it seems to me that Mr. Kill is available for a number of things. So again, we have the option of unlocking the beach, but we also can move up the Grand Ascent. So I think that makes sense to talk with him. So we'll use Wisp there. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. We may get Mrs. Kill depending on how the depending on what the weather brings. But in the meantime, I want to read whatever books I can. I believe we had a knock book, yes. So Advice on Containment, Theresa Blake. I think in that case we could just use the Edict. No, we can't use the Edict Liminal, so I will have to use Shaft in that case. Alright. Knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match Mystery Knock. And I will use my Tryst to catalog more. Okay, sunny day, so that's 2 lantern. That exists alongside nothing. Well, sorry, that's not entirely true. If I could somehow hire Reverend Timothy, and I need to make quite a bit of money to be able to do that. Nope. Even the lantern's not going to help me here. So unless I can find a way of using this in a sky or a lantern book, I think it's going to go to waste. So there's Wainscot Histories, but again, we don't have Faust yet. We'll talk with Mr. Kill to see if we can improve things a bit. Yeah, we'll see what the different texts bring. I think it is clear though that we're not going to need Mrs. Kill this time around. Okay, The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. Now, we're not quite there with the Ragged Crossroads, but that is one that I want to keep an eye on. And in a pinch, if we can't do anything else, we can definitely use the Shaft to catalog. And in fact, I think I will use my health at the Sweet Bones. There's not much work on offer in Brandcrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Okay, this is interesting. Now this doesn't really help me. This doesn't really help me with. Oh yeah, actually this doesn't help me with anything because it's 2 different memories. I can't use it in studying, and I can only use it once on a follower. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Okay, Sunrise Awakenings. I am actually able to study that. So normally I would be cataloging this book, but in this case I can use the weather or the memory. In this case I'll use the memory to study the work. Although I don't think I can use the knock in. Yeah, so I gotta wait. I gotta wait till I'm done studying this work, which will probably take the better part of the day. So I better hope it turns out. This is interesting. So this is a candidate for the Ragged Crossroads, and that's a fairly big deal for us, given that that will allow us to. Given that that's going to allow us to. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we don't have a knock desk yet. So given that getting another level in Ragged Crossroads is going to be able, like, that's going to allow us to read this this text. This is one of these cases where I'm actually going to wait. If I get a winter memory, I'm going to wait a second for a second one. All right, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. There is actually one temptation I have, which is to try and read my existing journal, because that would almost guarantee me, not almost, that would guarantee me a winter memory. The challenge is that my consider verb is sort of overloaded right now, so I mastered the mystery of this book and gained the lesson it concealed. So, pattern, something fit just right. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. I've gained more understanding of glass blowing and vessel crafting. New skill. We are all vessels. Let us contain only what will grace us when the light shines through. Theresa Blake. So that doesn't really get us access to anything we haven't been able to access before, but again, it's always nice to have extras. So, we will take care of Sunrise Awakenings. I can master the mystery in this book. I'm going to be very sad if we don't wind up with a winter. Or an edge. Now, if it turns out that we've cataloged and studied all of the books, I'm definitely happy to apply some elements of the soul towards studying them and, you know, improving the lessons in that case. That's totally fine. But right now, I like this idea of just being able to expand sort of what I have access to first. Okay, looking a little grim. I think we get 2 more talks. But we're kind of committed to this path at this point. There's nothing that I can really do to change. We're essentially waiting for the draws from the memory pile. And like I said, our outside option here is to unlock Crowcross Sands, which is almost certainly what I'm going to be doing. Okay, so that's a second fear memory, so as long as we get this done by the end of the day, we will be able to level up the Ragged Crossroads. That is something of an if still, but I think we've got enough. I think we've got enough now to take away the lesson. I wouldn't count on being able to do anything with Mr. Kill today, though. I don't think we're going to be going up higher on the Grand Descent. I think we're going to be unlocking Crowcross Sands, which again, absolutely no problems with that. Oh, well, there's the hindsight if I want it. It's very hard to turn down that opportunity to get to further locations that are trickier for me, so I am going to exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistants. So the main idea just is that instead of winding up in a situation where I'm hoping I draw the winter, I have it now, and so it makes a little more sense to like try and go to the Grand Descent. It does actually look like I get another conversation with him anyway. But But yeah, that's kind of the logic that I'm applying when it comes to choosing between following up on a memory or not. All right, I've mastered a mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. And we got another revelation memory. Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do. Let's take care of the lesson learned for the Ragged Crossroads first, because I do not want to wind up in a situation where I slip and eliminate one of my duplicates. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So if I can get a Skolakosophy 2, we're going to be in really good shape there. And then afterwards we'll learn Auroral Contemplations, but that's not quite as strict of an improvement that I need. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So with Auroral Contemplations, we could potentially start reading some of the more difficult Lantern books, but 8 is still a tall order for us, so I'm not expecting too much. Okay, the skill is now level 3. Its aspects have increased. And we will study Auroral Contemplations, a new skill, to know what will be passed in what has passed. Or to know what will pass in what has passed. Okay, so that's 2 Lantern and 1 Edge. And we're applying the same logic as before. You know, I'd like to start committing these things to the Tree of Wisdoms. It will give me higher levels of it'll give me more elements of the soul. But the one advantage I have in delaying is that I can potentially go further down one of those trees. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to make sure I have access. I'm trying to make sure I have an idea of like what I can access before I start committing things. So again, in this case here with the Ragged Crossroads, I know I've got that up to skill level 3. So if I can find another Skolakosophy, so I think in this case I've actually committed, yeah, so we've attuned to Arab. So if I can get one more Skolakosophy and get that up to level 2, then we can apply the Ragged Crossroads. Okay. The Grand Descent, first floor. The windows are tightly closed, the carpet surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So not too much inside of this region here, although I don't remember if we had any more Brandkrug. DeWolfs. So we've got Walter. I can never remember where to put Walter, or maybe not remember. If I have known where to put Walter, I don't recall now. So he's just gonna hang out. Maybe put him. Put him there. Solomon Husher was the third librarian. So, reading the high traditions of the noble endeavor, cataloging the baronial book. If we get a chance to study something with nectar, so much the better. Oh yes, scale. And actually with the Wainscot histories, So like with what I've got here, I would have been able to study the Wainscot histories. So with Auroral Contemplation, yeah, so we'll would potentially have access to 2 books depending on our circumstances. But first things first, we will use Whist to bring Mr. Kill in. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. We will wait. What would the other topic of conversation be? Rainy day. Okay, so that is a call to bring Mrs. Kill in, or anyone really, with the nectar and the heart. Unless I feel like I can somehow get... If I feel like I can get 1 more nectar, then I would be able to... Where was that book? I thought I had a nectar book hanging around. Let's just double check this. Okay. Studied, studied, studied. We need scale. This one we will study today. There's the 4 nectar. Okay. I think it's worth the effort. But whatever happens, I am going to want to catalog the final book here. So we'll use Tris for that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep talking with Mr. Kill for a start. And that just leaves the possibility open for... Actually, sorry, there is one thing that I can do right away, and that's to read the High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor. So we'll do that with Shaft. No, wait. Yes. We do that with Ragged Crossroads. That was the thing I was missing. So, blandly positive work about the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. So if we get something with Lantern, we're good. If we get something with... Actually, Nectar won't help because... Right, yeah, we already have the memory. It depends on the books we read at this point. Okay, treaties on the underplaces. We definitely have 4 knock that we can employ. So, now I need to start thinking about the order in which I'm studying things. So, I have read the edge text. We are... So, like, basically what I've got right now, I have 2 elements of the soul that I can employ towards studying books. Now, with Auroral Contemplations, it's very likely I'm going to have enough for the Wainscot histories. So that's Rose of Wasnai. We definitely have enough for the treaties on the underplaces. Okay, it kind of pains me to do this, but I think I am actually going to wind up talking with Mrs. Kill after all. Because the problem here is I just don't have any... I don't have anything I can do with the rain. And it would be a shame to let that go to waste. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So we're going to have to pause the... Oop, something happened. We're going to have to pause the memory, or the chain of memories from Mr. Kill for a bit. Again, that's not a big deal. Just I want to make sure that I'm... Oh, we've got Olympi Bichet. Nord, talk to this visitor. So she understands Latin, Greek, Frisian, and Ramsund. Understands this lively language well enough to read or teach it. Now, I am curious, because I did submit a bug report on this, whether or not we can make a visitor stay. She is looking for moth or forge. So yes, I think Anbury and Lapidary will be how I handle that. But she won't leave for a while, so I'm good to drag my feet on that. So collaborate with health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. Heart, scale, and nectar. So we'll level up Mrs. Kill to gain access to the Weed Choke Garden. After that, we will we'll continue to chat with Mr. Kill. And then the shaft we just used to read the remaining book. I maybe need to take a quick bathroom break in a little bit, but let's get the we'll at least get the work with Mrs. Kill done. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So the nice thing about the duration of the visitor's stay, it's quite straightforward for me to be able to wait until evening to be able to sort of settle the business with them. So that means that while I'm I can leave the day to sort of restoring the library, and then in the evening I can just sort of deal with the visitor. All right, their endeavor itself is a purifying fire, which makes its fuel something more than human. This transformation, however, is no longer encouraged by the club, and perhaps the work is coy on this, no longer permitted. I read this in the wrong order. So club members are assigned names out of noble myth: Joffrey, Roland, and unexpectedly Breadbettle. They claim to be heirs to the Leashed Flame, which gave the island of Britain such appalling power in some histories. Okay, so we're going to lose the foresight out of that. Actually, this is kind of neat that they're adding the memories as you read the books, because then you have to sort of make a tough choice. I don't think this is designed to mess with my duplicates, but this is actually another way that sort of disrupts that exploit. All right, a new skill: to purify and to combine the salves and the essences. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, so we're going to get back to talking with Mr. Kill, and we will use Mrs. Kill to unlock the Weed Choke Garden. From what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. Physic Garden. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the Dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf, the both expanded it, and the Curia of the Isle tended it. Even the branch in the Bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brankrug served as a prison. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. So if you have not gotten yourself, I don't know, a cup of tea or a glass of water, or otherwise have taken care of yourself, now is the time to do so. I am going to run ads, mostly just because I need to pay the rent. No, mostly because I'm not going to be there, and I hope you aren't either. But yeah, get up, take a stretch. I'll be back hopefully in a minute or two, and we will be back for more Book of Hours. Sorry for the delay. I made a snack. It's kind of messy too, so I'm probably gonna need to break to make sure I don't completely cover my mouse. And yes, you are gonna have to hear some crunching every now and again. But this is a cozy game where you get to have like tea and bread. Of course, you need to have treats while you're playing this. All right. So I want to read the treatise on the underplaces, and we are we are learning a new skill. And, okay, so for Mr. Kill, sorry, I've gotten completely turned around. It wasn't even that long of a break. So I need to get him up to level 5 Winter. Now it's not going to be sufficient to just have a memory for that. I'm actually also going to need to use some Whist. And I don't have enough Whist. So that's going to be something for me to consider, I think. So that would actually be a priority in terms of how I'm going to deploy my knowledge. I think it would be good for me to try and get at least a second Whist. So I'm going to take a bite. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Disciplines of the Hammer. To hammer and combine the selves and the essences. The hammer shapes gates and shatters doors, and within us and without. Yeah, so really all that I'm going to be getting from Mr. Kill right now is Crowcross Sands. Everything else is... everything else doesn't really apply to him. Well, I mean, we have Sky, I suppose, but none of these rooms need Sky, so... although, interestingly enough, Mrs. Kill should be able to get to the higher level of the house, so maybe that's one for me to keep in mind. But yeah, actually at this point, so the big goal would be to get the 4 Heart or the 4 Rose. Both of those are tough to do compared to all of the other tasks. So I think really what our time is going to be spent trying to... I think our time is going to be spent reading the remaining books. So if I can get a scale memory, that's good. And if I can get 4 nectar, obviously I use that to read the book. Okay, I'm going to start taking a look at what tools I can use. So we've got a Sky tool. Looks like that's it for now, actually. Mouse Crag and Whiskey, a favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th Librarian of Hush House. Yeah, so I mean, in a pinch, the Skin Shuck Mead would be an option to get the nectar up, but I'm not quite ready to go that far yet. What am I doing? I haven't been using the book, which I should have. So Edict's Liminal should help out with that. Crack in the seal, you provided knock, but not enough to match. Oh, was it glass blowing? So hopefully that doesn't run through the night. It's definitely going to be close if it comes to it, and that's on me if it turns out that way. But so while I'm at it, let's just do another inventory. So, we've read the high traditions of the noble endeavor. We've read Sunrise, Awakenings. The Rose of Woznai is going to be a tough one for us to achieve. Effectively, we need to find six lantern. Auroral Contemplations depends on what memories we find. Theckrey's Herbery is definitely the one that we want to take advantage of. I should just double check that Crowcross Sands is, yes, it is accessible to us. Yeah, as for the rest of it, I think we need to wait till we're better. The walls of the Mansis, Herschelt begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. Sorry, I should have read it. The trees on the underplaces. Here in the 17th century, mystic and antiquarian Claude Herschelt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Who'd listen? This is a winter forge. Okay, so there's really nothing else for us at this point. I think we commit to Crowcross Sands. And I think we are going to be able to get this before dawn. Okay. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could walk there, though you probably shouldn't. Crowcross Sands look out across the bay. Long, long ago, this was a forest. So beach coming, take a long walk along the ocean side. If you know what to look for, I might find something that the ocean has forsaken. So we can use heart, moon, or rose, but it can't be a malady or fatigued. And we can also apply knowledge. We've got the sea's edge. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. Discard objects here or release beasts. So when it moves and it's not the wind and it's not a person. The moors, on the other hand, heart, rose, or scale. Good to know. Fear memory, interesting. So that would have actually given us the scale that we needed. A picturesque account of a journey through nightmare, interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is the bud, on the 36th ascent, the blossom. Lesson learnt, horns and ivories. Okay, this is also scale, so that might help us. I've gained more understanding of horns and ivories. Use this card with consider or at a desk. So let's learn that. New skill, the hunter, the way, and their memories. Okay, well, there's the 2 scale that I need. So the hunter, the way, and their memories. And it is also Skolakosophy, so if I can somehow get that up to level 2, that will help us... commit the Ragged Crossroads. I'm going to do something kind of sneaky here. I want to see what happens if I hold a card while the transition happens. So the way it should act is this should vanish while I'm holding it, but I want to see whether or not the game actually does that. So it doesn't make for the most exciting activity, but I've already used up all of my elements of the soul, so... Oh, actually, there was one thing I wanted to do, which was talk with Madame Bichet. So we'll do that now. That does keep us from having a conversation with Mr. Kill early, but that's life. Forge or Moth and Brine Lapidary will do the trick. My visitor has questions about matters of shaping and change. I have answers. Okay, let's get to work. So I think the first step is to read the scale book. So we'll apply our tryst towards that, and horns and ivories. I can master the mystery in this book, enough scale to match mystery scale. Okay. Again, if I can, somehow getting the Wainscot histories would be nice. I mean, one thing to remember is I can actually attempt Fekri's Herbery and Wainscot histories. Like, there's nothing saying that I can't try it with a smaller amount. It's just kind of nice if I'm gonna commit an element of the soul, particularly at this point. It would be good to, it would be nice if I can actually sort of deliver. Now, on that note, the one room that I know I'll have access to is the Grand Ascent. I technically don't know it because we will actually need to get Grail from Mrs. Kill, but Mrs. Kill is definitely somebody who can generate Grail memories, so I'm definitely going to bring her in. Okay. Sunny Day is very helpful because a combination of Auroral Contemplations and Sunny Day gives me access to the Wainscot histories. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Sorry, my gluttony's getting in the way. I need one element of the soul to study the Wainscot histories. What do I need the rest for? So, the question now is, what good is winter to me right now? And the answer is it really isn't good for anything. I'm really looking for rose at this point. So I can use my whist for other things. I don't really need the money right now, but I can see myself in a situation where I will. So, we're currently reading It Is Written. I will read the Wainscot histories with Auroral Contemplations, so we'll use whist for that. And I think the health and the two shopped we wind up using at the Sweet Bones to make some money. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Actually, in future, for beachcombing, Okay, so I think in future it's going to be shapped for the sweet bones, and then maybe we beachcomb with our health. It's not really going to get me a whole lot, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. How consuming. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy in the future. Okay, happy enough with that. But we do want to keep talking with Mrs. Kill. So we don't have enough to be able to get a language lesson when the time comes. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So the important thing to remember here is that, like, Mrs. Kill only makes sense to hire if I can actually get a Grail on her. It's nice to know that we've got Rose. I don't have a skill that will give me Rose, but or not a skill, an element of the soul that will give me Rose, but something to keep in mind for future. God, this always messes with me. Alright, I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So a confounding parable. The moth, the grail, and the egg unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first, Abbess Nona. So that's a confounding parable. 2 moon, 2 rose, 2 sky. Lesson learnt, Inks of Power. We've gained more understanding of the Inks of Power. Use this card with Consider or at a desk. This is Rose and Scale. So we'll grab that right away. New skill, the inks in which the histories are written. As 'tis, and can be no tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. Okay, another leaf in the Tree of Wisdoms. I guess we go for the Wainscot histories. Lantern Revelations. I can master the mysteries in this book. Enough lantern to match Mystery Lantern. Subtitled Stories from Behind Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles generally not acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Okay, so we're good for money this time around. I am short on the Grail, though. I'm curious about the confounding parable. So, like, the aspects are not anything new, but it is different from the other things which are sort of listed as memory, even though this is going to go away in the same day. So I'm wondering if I'm missing an opportunity to do something special with the confounding parable. Okay, satisfaction is going to help us. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So we're not going to lock her into the second floor yet. We're going to. That's just I'm locking in the the points, and then we'll continue to talk. Again, there's less of an advantage to doing so now because I don't have anything that I can really apply it to. But it's just a nice habit, and it helps me remember like what I'm looking for. Okay, we're also doing okay money-wise. Not great, but like we'll get by. Gore does not mention the Mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggests he had commerce with the unseen world. I suppose I could have checked to see if the confounding parable wound up doing anything. Now what? There's potential here. Try adding a skill card with a matching aspect. At least one memory must be a relevant lesson. Interesting. I wonder if that was intentional. Yeah, I'm thinking the confounding parable is something that I could have used. There's the ink which is sort of used, I can't remember the term, but it was the thing that sort of helps decide what history, like what actually sort of passes into the histories. And I'm wondering if the confounding parable could be used in combination with that. It's something I'm going to have to, see in the, in a future playthrough, but... It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. So we've got a level 2 auroral contemplation. This is why I'm doing it this way, by the way. So I don't think we have what it takes to level it up. Oh, we do. Contradiction, something uncomfortable. Alright, there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches of the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. So this is one of these cases where, unless we can figure out what's going on with the nectar book or the Rose of Woznai, the level 8 lantern book, it's kind of fair to say that we're at the point where we sort of exhausted our existing resources. Which is, again, it's fine. That's kind of, we were planning on that. But I wanted to sort of, if I could, I wanted to hit this point before I started committing things into the Tree of Wisdoms. And it's precisely because if I have the opportunity to open up a book and it winds up getting me up to level 2, that helps me out. So for example, let's just see. So Ragged Crossroads is at level 3, and we know that's going to go to Skolakosophy, so I can ignore that. But Disciplines of the Hammer, I can put that towards Illumination. Now I can put Auroral Contemplations towards Illumination. Now that's 2 levels that I can commit down that path, if, I so choose. Obviously, the better one would have been, Horns and Ivory. So Ragged Crossroads, Horns and Ivories, and Edict's Liminal. So Edict's Liminal have already been committed. So we need to get Horns and Ivories up to level 2. When we do that, then we're going to be able to lock in Ragged Crossroads. But there's kind of another phase to this. So what I'm kind of planning on doing now, there's 2. So one thing I can do is I can start committing these to the Tree of Wisdoms, because at that point we start leveling things up. We start getting more elements of the soul, and I'm able to sort of do more. But second of all, The other thing that I can start, the other thing I want to start doing is thinking about, okay, what specific elements of the soul do I want? Like, what are the things that I'm trying to accomplish that I haven't been able to do with my existing abilities? So, for instance, Denzil comes with edge. So, in theory, if I could find something with 2 edge, well, now I can hire Denzil, and that's really just a question of keeping, like, a health or a shaft open. In order to get to the infirmary, right, I have 1 heart already with Mrs. Kill, so this is really just a matter of waiting for a situation where I have 1 other heart, and then I can just level her up with health. So again, that's not necessarily something where I want to be moving heaven and earth to, you know, try and get access to the infirmary. That's just a matter of time. The Grand Descent on the other... Oh, no, sorry, we're getting the Grand Descent, so that one works as well. But here, this is where we actually do wind up with a trickier puzzle. So in this case, with the heart, a heart of 5, right now, I don't have core, for instance. So I have my health, and that's it. Even with core, right, I would need to apply that to Mrs. Kill and then still get a 2 hearts, so something like Solace. But that would be a really good example of saying, it's like, okay, I'm going to commit something to get core because that's going to allow me to explore more of the house. With a dimly lit chamber, so this would be a good example where Faust would be helpful because I can hire Reverend Timothy, I can speak with him about Faust, and then I would just need a memory to be able to advance that. So I think that's going to be the way that I think about this. I will wait until we're on the second floor of the Grand Ascent. But at this point, what I want to do is maybe commit a couple of skills that will get me a Faust, and that will get me a Faust, a Whist, I think. Well, let's say a Faust and a core for starters, and then we'll maybe see where the rest of it goes. I think Faust, Core, and Whist are going to be the 3 that I want the most. Just because when it comes to Whist, it's just so that I can get access to Mr. Kill. Improve Mr. Kill easier. Okay, another satisfaction. So it is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I've heard that Gervinus van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. Second floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. Wasn't Walter de Wolf? I feel like there was an 8th librarian referred to. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're just going to wait out the night. Okay, so, yes. So it was... Actually, this is a straightforward one. We just need the 4 forge. So that's a Denzil job for sure. We actually will use Denzil in 2 cases. One for the walled garden. One for the Grand Ascent. The abandoned bedroom is going to be a tricky one. Moon and Rose are both difficult for us to access. So this is one of the reasons why I want to focus, if I can, on making money in the Sweet Bones, because it's clear that we're going to be hiring people who cost 2 shillings a day. Although there's still room for us to... to bring people in. Okay, I don't think I want to talk to anyone until we know what the weather is. It's not clear to me yet. Well, okay, actually, now that I think of it, I will want to talk with someone at least to get the memories. but I still want to wait on the weather. I am going to go beachcombing, though. Take a long walk along the ocean side. If I... Oh, actually, I don't think I have any heart to throw at the problem, so that's a non-starter. And I don't have any moon either. I don't think this will really do it. Where's the third scale come from? Ah. Okay, well, that still works. Gather in summer, the wind's almost warm. We can also start with Sweet Bones. Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Okay, sunny day, so probably this is a Reverend Timothy job. So where would I want to send him if we so choose? Well, I guess the other option is, so we've got 5 lantern that we can apply to the Rose of Woznai, which is clearly not enough. Even if we had Foss, that wouldn't be enough. This is a tricky one, actually. So basically, this doesn't give us an argument one way or the other for whoever we'd be bringing in. So here's what I'm going to do. If I put this into illumination, so that gets me... okay, that gets me Foss. So I think... I could try Nyctodromy. Oh, Nyctodromy. That gets me another Shapt. So yes, we put Disciplines in the hammer into Illumination, and we do that so we can apply Auroral Contemplations and get the Fost. So it was mostly so I could employ this one, but it does actually have some other benefits. Now, what I am slightly curious about is if any of the... Okay, so glass blowing and vessel crafting will get me a whist if I need it. So we'll Sights and Sensations. And if I got really desperate... Oh, no. Oh, good. I was worried for a minute there that I had applied my Scolacosophy skill in a place I shouldn't have. The only thing I'm noticing is we don't really have anything that's going to get me a core. So, that's a shame. So I'm going to do something a little unexpected here. Oh no, this will still work. Okay, so we use our whist with the Rectory. So that's to hire Reverend Timothy, and this is basically just going to be, we'll talk to him to get access to the lantern area that we need. Actually, we have multiple options for that. Maybe I should have used Shop now that I think of it. But what I am going to try and do is sort of take a flyer on some of these books. So let's start with Factory's Herbery. If I just throw a Trist at it. Add aspects to match this book's mystery. You don't always need to fill every slot. Okay, so I need to at least make an effort on the... Okay, fair enough. So Trist isn't going to help us because we don't have Nectar. Okay. So with that in mind, really it's just the Rose of Woznai. Dendrian, thank you very much for the host. How are you doing tonight? I saw you were live. All right, visions perhaps. You've provided lantern, but not enough to match the mystery lantern. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So we'll give it a shot, right? There's really nothing else that we can lose in this case. I'm doing okay. A little weary, but not as bad. Enoch, how you doing? I'm gonna guess that you came, or I probably pronounced that incorrectly. Enoch. Either way, thank you for stopping by. I'm assuming you came through Dendrian's broadcast. I can't remember if I saw you were doing Against the Storm or Tears of the Kingdom would be my two guesses, but I didn't see either one, so. Sorry if I got that wrong. All right, Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brankrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally and the gate and the light. Make use of the Rector's help before the dawn. So what we're going to do here is we're going to queue up his strength. So we're going to start by talking about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So that's going to bring him up to 4 lantern, and then we talk with him about Faust to be able to bring it up higher. And still working on the beachcombing. Ah, well done, Dendrian. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So now we apply Faust. Together we'll be watchful. Now I'm not going to commit him to one of the rooms quite yet because we're going to use him as a source of whatchamacallit, we will use him as a source of memories, and it may be that we can get the edge to... Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me I could have used metal to level up Denzil to bring that forge. Oh, but I can use Arab to bring him in, but I don't have the money. Okay. I know what I need to do. There's still a chance. Increase relevant aspects by adding an assistance card, which will be used up. Oh, interesting. So I can actually bring in a follower to help me. That is very good to know. So I can actually level up an assistant to bring that in. I'm not going to do that right away, but I am going to use that in the future. Okay. My assistant and I are vigilant, so we're going to keep talking. The most likely option here is to hire Denzil to head up to the Grand Ascent, the 3rd floor. For the rest of it, our options are the smoking room or the dimly lit chamber. I think the smoking room gives me more... I think the smoking room winds up giving me more... Ah! Man, there's so much more that I can do. With this. Okay. So, yeah, the smoking room, I think, has the texts. Okay, so take a moment to look at something here. Increase relevant aspects by referencing a piece of wall art. So what kind of lantern art is there in the... I got nothing. This is huge though. Learning that I'm able to like oh, mirror, of course. Um yeah, learning that I can increase the aspect by like through some of the various objects. So take a moment to look at something here, increase relevant aspects by referencing all art. There's still a chance. Sit in a lantern chair. I actually really like this because I'm sure some of you... Ubisunt, where are my kindred? Where is the giver of treasure? Where are the branches to bear us? Joys of the hall to bring us together. A mood has come upon you which increases certain aspects. So hey, no problem if you need to go to bed. I do appreciate it when people come along on raids, but I definitely understand that people sign up for one thing and they don't necessarily care about the others. I am actually covering up the sign for it right now, but this is an early beta for the game Book of Hours, which is one by a developer I'm very fond of, Weather Factory, and they the game will be releasing in August, so be sure to wishlist and buy when it comes out. But I figured I at least owe some people a chance to, a chance to know that this thing is still being worked on. This is a good stream in a game to rest your eyes if you want to fall asleep. Yes, I'm very good at putting people to sleep, Dendrian. But yeah, again, I've talked about this a lot for this game, but there is definitely, like, I really like the way that it makes game mechanics out of like studying and reading stuff, because like I'm sure most of the people who watch this channel have had the experience of like reading a difficult book or like working on a hard problem, and absolutely sometimes getting up and like going for a walk, or in this case you look at a piece of art, there's lots of little things that you do, and that just happens to be the one little bit that sort of cracks the case. I think that's a really, really cool idea. Anyways, I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. As I've said before, I definitely relate the most to Reverend Timothy. Although, actually, it's interesting. I think he takes longer to talk to than some of the other characters. That is very fun. Yeah, there's lots of fun little details in this. All right, not today. The mysteries of this book have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So, wound up with fear for our trouble. Malady despair. Ooh. A defeat when Edge is present can submerge Trist in despair. There's consequences. I am going to make a note of that. So this is the thing that stops me from sort of just hammering away at a book. I've placed too heavy a strain on my soul. Your Trist now has a malady. Melancholy is the mist on the soul's water. Despair is the wolf that prowls the water's edge. So, edge, all conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and struggle. Malady, something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you are exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. Cured with Sky, this malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps effervescent, to drink. and this much sky aspect to cheer the haunted soul. So I need a sody pap. Alright, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So, I can hire Denzil and improve him. Thank you very much for the follow. I can hire Denzil, and we will send him on the grand ascent to the 3rd floor. So that's 2 floors for us today. So we'll use Arab with the edge aspect to speak with Denzil. Denzil will talk to you about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will buy his help for a day. Presumably I cannot use the Despairing Tryst in the... Yeah, can't have a malady. So I should think a little bit about how I'm going to cure that. I have 2 sky with a skill. What do you need? So we'll talk with him. We'll talk with him about metal. I could try and get a memory, but the problem here is that we don't have that much time left in the day, so I think it's better to just deal with the bird in the hand. Hindsight doesn't quite do it. You know what? I'm going to try... I do want to do 1 talk with Denzil, and that's just because I want to see if he has actually a shorter timer than Timothy. Timothy, as you can see from the description, is a bit of a talker, like I am. Yeah! Denzil has a shorter timer to talk with him. That is amazing. Oh, that's really fun. Okay. So we will open the smoking room. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads smoking room. Rags of very old smoke sway relentlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of fire. Now, one advantage of being despairing is that unless they've changed the way the game works, I can still use this to catalog a book. Oh, actually, no, hang on, because I think it says to... Yeah, no, right, I remember now. I need to use it at a desk, but I believe I can... Wrong desk. Where's my angry desk? There we go. Yep, we can still catalog it. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about the knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. So what's significant about this is that, like, we can consider the alternative. So let's say that I were to consider the book here. Now for this, I would need to use Soul. So in addition to the fact that it would need 2 out of these, there's the possibility that I may get cursed, whereas if I use something that I'm already cursed with, I don't think I can be double cursed. And then number 2, I'm able to use all of my other elements of the soul for other things. So in this case here, like, the best would be to get cursed with something that you can cure. But second best, if you have like only a little curse, it can actually be a kind of a very productive time for you. All right. I do like the description for the cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. We have Ambrose Westcott here. This bust is cast in brass. Ambrose's favorite chair, Ambrose Westcott, was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in his fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. By the way, Dendrian, in a month, please do tell me when you learn about the ludicrously capacious bag You can slide it across the floor during a bank job. You can take it camping with you. Alright, hopefully the sun does not go down until 20-something seconds. Does anybody know that reference? It's one of many very good quotes from that show. Okay, so we'll use the metal in this case. Inspiration and determination. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Ambrosial, Ambrose Westcott. So this is an an 8 forge. It's also got a 5th eye curse. So if I had used Fet or Fost in cataloging it, I would have gotten hit by something nasty. This contamination, you can remove it with a skill that is effective against curses and at least 7 heart. So it's going to take us a while to handle that. But yeah, this is basically the way we're going to safely catalog books, and because cursed states don't fatigue, we're just gonna burn through as many books as we can. There is a way that this makes sense, right? Like, if you feel, I at least, if I've been, hitting, I don't know if I can quite call it full-on despair, but like, definitely in my gloomier moments, I have definitely found myself, doing things to keep myself occupied, and usually doing them late into the night. So I kind of relate to what's happening here, although I am just kind of abusing the way the mechanic works. On the winding stair, wheelock, something. Alright, that's an 8 knock mystery. We're sort of in shooting distance of that, but I'm not hopeful. And obviously now I need to keep in mind that there are consequences for failing, so I want to kind of make sure I have all my ducks in a row. Also, while we are exploring, Westcott Room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734-1797. The Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Okay, we've got a revelation. Look at that jolly fellow. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. That's an 8 scale text. Speak to Denzel, he might even reply. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I do like this this cover. A novel method for invocation and contrition. Ingenious, this text, yet unrevealed in beta. A 14-rose mystery, and it is written in Ericapean, an elegant language. So yeah, I don't think there's anything in this room that I'm going to be able to read. The Mansus gives us 2 lantern, 2 knock, 2 moth, so that will help us in the future. Alright, he does a lot with silence, this man. So, we hired Denzel so that we could continue to explore the house. Frost crackles on the window panes as I ascend, and light strikes at my eyes like knives. Another of Van Loren's forbiddings. So, I will follow up on that, but it did occur to me that we were also exploring. So, we've got a granite slab, long, cold volcano blood. Forge scale, it's considerable, a thing, it's a material, and stone. Ye who seek patience, here is your tutor. Alright. Grand Ascent, the third floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curie of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. Do we find out? I don't think we know the order for the... I don't think we know the order of the librarians, like where Ambrose fits in. I gotta be paying closer attention to this stuff in future. Okay. Nothing to do with the rest here. I guess we'll wait for the day to cross over, but I think I need to start thinking about the game plan for tomorrow, especially given that we kind of have an idea of what sort of books we're up against. The Orchid Transfigurations, Noon, the third volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. So, unfortunately, without core, I don't think we're going to be able to do anything with this. Nope, we will be able to apply... seems like we will be able to apply our health after all. So yes, we will read the Orchid Transfigurations Noon. So that's what my heart's going to be used for. Not at all clear how we can take advantage of the hunting journals of Brian DeWolf yet. On the Winding Stair has some possibilities for sure. So we've got... I think we actually only have 2 knock. So the way I think I would handle this is we have 2 knock from glass blowing and vessel crafting. We have 2 knock from Shapt. We could bring in Reverend Timothy and then speak to him with Shapt, so that would be another 3, so that brings it up to 7. Of course, we would lose Reverend Timothy as part of the operation, but then it would also give us the opportunity to look at a painting. And in that case, we could use the Mansis, which would bring us over the edge. That's a fairly expensive way to do it, because of course it involves hiring someone, but that is an option available to me. Let's also take a look at what we have available to us for locations. So 5 lantern to get to the Shadowed Atrium, 5 edge or 5 heart to get to the Gloomy Room, 6 forge, 6 winter to get into the Despoiled Laboratory. So I think it's fair to say I should be getting that whist sooner rather than later. Okay. I know what I want to do. So, the reason why I would want another whist would be, so the Despoiled Laboratory... Was it just the Despoiled Laboratory? I thought it might have been more. So what we can do with that, we get 2 from Mr. Kill right away. We get 2 from talking to him about whist. And then if we get something like a memory hindsight, that takes him up to 6. So that's basically through conversation, we would be able to get access to most of the winter rooms. But clearly, there's maybe not as much as I thought. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So what I am going to do, I'm going to do my usual routine of waiting to see what the weather is. Okay, sunny day. So this is actually another argument for bringing in Reverend Timothy. The catch is that we're short of money. So we're going to spend a lot of time at the Sweet Bones making some cash. Now, we did have a text which needed health, so I think we're going to start by reading that one. The Orchid Transfigurations Noon, that third volume of a compilation of Quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. So here we will apply our health. Heart, Distant Thunder. Perhaps you provided heart, but not enough to match Mystery Heart. Oh, that's right. Because you only get 1 out of that. So I would rather not lose my health if it comes down to it. Do we have a heart painting? We would if we unlocked the infirmary. Okay. How do I want to play this? Oh, I have an idea, but it does require my tablet. Where are you, tablet? Sorry, I will be back in a second. I seem to have misplaced my notes. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to think about where I could maybe get some heart. So a sky text would give storm, storm would give heart. That's the trick. That's knock. Sky echoes. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so let's use my shaft at the Sweet Bones. So our goal here is to be able to hire Reverend Timothy, and I'll admit it's actually quite a long shot here. It's worth it, but it's a long shot for sure. The other consideration that I might have, given the fact... Oh yeah, I'm making this a lot harder than it needs to be, actually. So the other The other thing I can do, I can hire Mrs. Kill. I can talk with her. So I hire her through Arab. I talk with her about health. I get the storm from the memory, from the sky text, and then that will give her enough to be able to open the infirmary. So that's actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. So we will do that now. It does mean that I'm not going to go pick up. I'm not going to go on a walk on the moor, but that's fine. Let me just double check. So, no way I'm getting the required rows, and we don't have the language anyway. I don't really see a way that I can get 8 scale. Like there's a long shot. So I can start with 3. So then I need to find 5 scale elsewhere. If I had a scale memory. So I think that would be fear. I can apply that to like one of the minors. So that would give me 3. Oh, actually that would do the trick. So we'd have 3 and 3 based off of the health. Yeah, okay, so basically... Oh god, is it regret or it's... Anyway, whatever gives me scale. I gotta write some of this stuff down because it's actually kind of hard to keep track of the memories. But yeah, there's an ordering where I could get an assistant, skill them up in scale, use my health, use horns and ivories, use the assistant. I guess I would need to... I mean, there's wall... I don't know if there's scale wall art, but yeah, there is. Yeah, so in theory, let's say I could get the worker up to 3 scale. So 3 scale... Well, actually, even with that, so if I could get 3 scale through this, then I apply the memory. If I can get a worker up to 3 scale, that means I have a memory that's 3 scale, so that would be 5, and I wouldn't need to worry about it anyway. So yeah, memory generation is definitely going to be the name of the game for a little while. Also, we're in summer, so the miner. I'm not hiring miners anymore. I'm hiring. Not orchard keepers. The barber, Moth and Rose. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, so we know what we want to do. We keep talking with the midwife for memories. I'm going to advance her. I'm going to advance her with heart when the time comes. Solus, okay. That already does the trick, actually. So 2 heart, 1 sky. But that's fine, because I just used the storm heart for the mystery. All right, so we will consider this heart text. Heart onwards, I can master the mystery in this book. Enough heart to match mystery heart. Now again, I'd like to still make money at the Sweet Bones. I kind of fell behind on that. Memories don't last long outside of books, but it's made a difference for the day. So she's up to 3. We talk with her, and even though it says 2 heart, it's going to be 1. And that's fine, because that still brings her up to 4. Now the 6 pence we get working at the Sweet Bones, that's still going to be a shilling, so I won't be able to hire Denzel or Reverend Timothy off of that, which makes me think I'm not going to be able to take advantage of them. But we'll do our best. Like, we've got Whist and Metal. The thing is that that's going to be about 2 minutes worth of work, and then we'll need another minute to level up Reverend Timothy. We'll work alongside each other. But what I can do is keep talking with Mrs. Kill just to get a plethora of memories. Because you never know, there might be something helpful. Okay. A long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describe the ways in which both mountains and storms end, and the protections they use against those ends. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to use my metal first. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So we'll do metal, whist, and then finally Faust in the Sweet Bones. Oh, actually, we've already closed off the possibility because I can't hire Reverend Timothy without Knock, and given that I've already used the Shaft, so doesn't really matter at this point. Again, well, it's still helpful for us to make the money, but yeah, we definitely have lost the option of using Reverend Timothy here. Although with the Forge, had I not used the metal, that would have been 4 plus... Yeah, we would have only had 5. Probably wouldn't have been enough. We'll definitely have some opportunities to improve, though. I've mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So another solace. We've got Magaphine Mysteries. I've gained more understanding of Magaphine Mysteries. Use this card with Consider or at a desk. Alright. A new skill. The greater plagues may not be cured, only bound. The very greatest of all may only be entreated, and it is death to do so improperly. So this can get me core. I'm going to commit it. If it doesn't, then we wait. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Right, another leaf in the Tree of Wisdoms. Magaphine Mysteries. The greater plagues may not be cured, only bound. The very greatest of all may be only entreated, and it is death to do so improperly. Effective against corruption. The skill can be used to remove corruptions from books. Cool. Let's see where we can put you on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so you get health or nuts. So Sights and Sensations and Hushery is tempting. What is tempting, though, I just want to make sure... So there was one with a Fifth Eye Curse, but I don't think it was any of the baronial books. Oh, Greek, the worst curse of all. You can tell that like all the ancient Greek philosophers were super smart because their language is impossible. Um, Now, I guess the question is a corruption the same as a curse? There it is, Vino Tizzer. Alright, let's go. Yeah, we have the heart that we need. We're just trying to make as much money as we can before we finish the day. I'm also trying to think of what might work in terms of curing my despair. Fizzy lifting drink. So yeah, this is the case where it'd be like if we got this a little bit sooner, we might have been able to employ Reverend Timothy, but in this case, I think it's better for me to save the money, and we give it a shot next next time. Now, if I'm going to rest for despair, I actually need a bed with I need a bed that can take Sky. That would be the infirmary, which I'm about to unlock. We can also get up higher in the... Okay, so I think Reverend Timothy is going to be our new friend very soon. Okay, yeah, so fear is going to be what I want to get that scale book. So here's how I'm thinking about it. We can use memory, fear, health, and horns and ivories to get it up to 5 scale. And then if it works the way that it works in the other, with the other challenge, we would just need 3 scale, in which case we would employ fear on a character, and then we would look at one of these paintings. Yeah, the boy prays. Now the question is, can I get a fear from a book? I don't think I can. No, I can get a fear from an edge book. Okay, yes, so we can. It would be Mrs. Kill. So I'd be closing off an exploration opportunity. But I think the well's kind of dried up anyway, so... But yeah, we will be able to follow up on the hunting journals of Brian DeWolf at a minimum. Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, slightly improving the finances. Nothing too drastic, but I'll take what I can get. Okay. Careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. The infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brandon's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. This changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So we've got a number of paintings which are quite a bit more powerful than what we've had before. So we've got the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. So 2 grail, then some heart and some moth. 2 moth. The Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. 2 heart, 2 sky. The Velvet, the glory is the question, and the moth always answers yes. The Velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. So 2 moon painting, and finally the Sister and Witch, which is distinct from the Witch and Sister. Sister and Witch, which brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. So Grail, 2 heart, and 2 moth. There's a difference. Musgrave de Wolf. Ruby Wise Ruin. Serpent Milk. Not quite ready for that. Evening Isles Coffee. Isle Water. A pitcher. Yeah, so I guess I'd have to decamp. I should probably do that sooner rather than later, because I am actually going to want to heal. Although I suppose the problem here would be I can't heal here, because I wouldn't be able to apply the sky. Something to think about. Okay. Higher Grail and Heart. Edge and Heart. So we can get there, we can get here. Okay, so this shouldn't be too hard, actually. This is just a job for Denzel. Denzel and Saphir, to be specific, excuse me, but it's a money question at this point. So yeah, we can achieve this. We can... Where do I get the Grail from? So we can get 2 Grail from Satisfaction. That brings her up to 5. The problem is that my Arab will already be taken up by talking with her. So I would need to either create something that gives her that last little bit of satisfaction, or what? The other option is to talk to Mr. Kill, give him Grail through other means, and then use him to talk to Mrs. Kill. Does that work? No, I think I need to use an element of the soul. Whoops! Who among us has not walked through an old house and stolen an astrolabe? Yes, it does have to be an element of the soul. Okay, so I'm actually at a point where getting a second Arab would be very helpful. None of it helps. Okay. So maybe what I will do, let's focus on an admittedly chaotic but potential scale job. And then on top of the scale, we bring in Denzel. Denzel will... I'm losing it. Right, Denzel, Metal, and Memory Foresight, or some equivalent. Okay, I think I've got the game plan for tomorrow. As long as you only use metal, this would also help. Okay, so the question is there any advantage to me if this is a scale question? Let's say I bring in Mr. Kill using Whist. I boost him with scale using Fear. That brings him to 2. That gives me a total of 5, assuming that I'm able to employ an assistant. Not 5, 7, because I will also have a memory fear. Okay, that is the game plan because Mr. Kill is a 3/1. Let's start with Shapt because I don't think... Yeah, if I'm going to hire Denzel, I'm going to hire him using Arab. And it's a cloudy day, so unless... I don't really have a way of generating moth right now. Or, not moth, moon. So that doesn't do that much for me right now. Okay, so I suppose the next question is, what do I do in terms of... Well, okay, actually... I'm still going to do the scale thing. But I should also think about how I'm going to... So, I think if we explore the house down here, that's a Denzel job. So yes, we'll get him... We'll talk using Arab. We'll use the fear with him to... No, wait, but fear doesn't give me the edge that I need. So I don't talk to him with Arab. I talk with him... Okay, talk with Shapt, fear for the edge, and then the Arab. Okay, so these are off limits. These are for earning, and then this gets me my moods. Edge a trophy. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Mr. Kill can always find a few spare hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Okay. I want to be careful that I'm not getting a fear out of a conversation with Mr. Kill, because obviously they'll cancel each other out as soon as I finish reading the book. Okay, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we'll use metal here. Actually, we'll use metal. There's not much work on offer in Brine, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Wow, did I get that wrong? Well, I suppose it's just as well that I didn't. If you can give me a second, I actually want to get my pencil. One thing that's annoying about this pencil is that it's expensive and it's about as easy to lose as a normal one. Okay, I'm not going to spend that much longer looking for it, but I am going to give one last pass on my desk. I think when I spilled... I have a basket of pencils and a stack of notebooks because of video games, yeah. This is the pencil for my... like my Apple Pencil for my tablet, so... the thing is, I'm pretty sure I rearranged my desk when I spilled pretty much a full cup of tea during one of the streams, and... I had a normal place for it. There it is. Unsurprisingly, it was in a pile of books. All right. So, with that in mind, let's try reading the scale text that we've got. That would be the next logical... that would be the next logical target. Did I mention I really love the music for this game? I feel like I haven't said that in at least 30 seconds. Okay, scale secured. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So the indicator I had here was that it gives hindsight, which isn't helpful. We'll get through it either way, but it does sort of put a damper on any attempts to go after the scale text. I'll have to try Forge next if it comes down to that. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Like, this would potentially work for the Forge, right? So I use Foresight with Mr. Kill. We use... Oh, have I already used up my metal? Okay, well, so much for that. But yeah, so 2, 4... Well, yeah, but then where... If I use them... I can't use the metal to enhance... Mr. Kill. So we get 2 from Mr. Kill, we'd get 2 from the metal, we'd get 2 from our own Foresight. So that's 6. And then in theory we would use one of the paintings. But the paintings we only have 1 Forge. Yeah, so we're short. Okay, that's not an option. I mean, we could hire Denzil, but obviously that's expensive. So in this case, this may just be a turn where we wind up just earning a bunch of money, which is completely fine. You're technologically disadvantaged in that. Well, the original reason why I got the... Oh, that's interesting. A confounding parable. Man. So maybe it's maybe it's attached to the individual books. That makes it inconvenient. So yeah, we don't have a reliable way of generating scale. That's going to be a problem. Well, with that in mind, we can use Reverend Timothy for some things. So let's talk about Lantern for a bit. Yeah, I think it's going to be a day where we don't really do that much. We'll make some money. That's, you know, nothing to complain about in terms of making some money, but I think I need a little bit more to... Okay, yeah, so I need to... This is the point where I need to start making some decisions. So let's say we're not going to talk with Denzil, so I don't need the shaft. Okay. A contradiction. Aha! Okay. So I'm going to guess this is book specific. But that edge is going to be helpful for us. In fact, let's give it you only YOLO once. Denzel will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. Where's the contradiction? There it is. Ah, and there's actually contradictions are not unique either. Cool. Okay, so the reason we did this is so I can talk with Denzel. He might even reply. We apply the contradiction to him, so that's going to bring him up to 4 edge. That gets me access to the walled garden, and that's going to probably be more in line with using the ragged crossroads. In future, what I'm going to do, in order to be able to get to the gloomy room, we're going to do the same trick. We'll talk about the contradiction, but I'm also going to use the Arab to collaborate with him. I guess because I'm not really using anything else, at this point I should probably be taking a look at the rest of the books and see what they get me. Right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So we can oops. Go to the walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. So the real reason why I want to be in here. The Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced in the arts of war here. So it was that in the baronial times, the garden became a favorite of the martial, quarrelsome de Wolfs. It's not too much here. I mean, there's you can use the garden to grow some things. I don't really have the nectar for it, but we've got the Practic Garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. So the best option we would have here would be the Ragged Crossroads. I'll add soul just for the sake of it, but there's potential here for apprentice level recipe, provide 5 degrees of edge. For scholar level recipe, provide 10 degrees. And for a suitable ingredient, keeper level recipes need 15 degrees. And something uniquely specific in each case. So we are at 4 with the Ragged Crossroads. We can get up to 5 with... no, we can't. Sorry, we can get up to 5 with memory. Oh yeah, so we're short. Even if we use the Arab, we're short 1. Darn. Oh, but we can put 2 memories in. 2 contradictions. And we'll use our health here because we're clearly not using this. We're clearly not going to be using the scale in this case. There's not much work on offer in Brine Crew, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Okay, I'm probably going to need to start thinking about wrapping up. I'm already an hour past what I would normally do, and it is about 1:30 here. But I'm not in a rush to close this all off. So Okay, so lantern, that's the lantern that I'm expecting. But it is clear that there are some texts that are going to produce a different answer from what I was expecting. So knock is listed as giving a stolen secret. Let's see if that's still true. Again, I feel safer doing this because I get kind of unlimited use of a curse. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, but so am I. I've earned my pay. So I don't think there's anything for Mr. Kill to do, to be completely honest. I should, again, work out a plan for how tomorrow is going to go, but actually, now that I think of it, it's probably just going to be with Denzil to unlock the Gloomy Room, unless there's something special that we get from the weather. Aha! Well, now I know where to get that scale from, so... let's keep at it. We will bring in Mr. Kill this time for that. We could also probably bring Denzil in if I'm completely honest, but... so yeah, Denzil to get the... Denzil to deal with the Gloomy Room. Mr. Kill for the scale. I think we have a plan. Okay, so first things first, we use our whist to bring in Mr. Kill. I'm going to use Shaft to bring in Denzil because I'm going to want to move him up with Arab. I need to keep my health open, so we're going to use Shaft in the Sweet Bones. And it's a sunny day, so it would actually also be good to talk to Reverend Timothy. Man, am I really going to be able to... I think I will. I just need to be very thoughtful in terms of how I do all of this. Okay, so Faust... no, I just... ah, that's a shame. I closed it off because I used... I used my Shaft to talk to Denzil instead of my metal. So, oh well. Mr. Kill, can we spare a few hours to help a friend? Okay, so we are gonna talk with Mr. Kill because that's 30 seconds. If we're lucky, we wind up with a, a skill that we can use. Okay, so intuition doesn't do that much for me, but we will wait 3.5 seconds so that I can get the first fear to apply to him. Okay, we're going to consider that book again. So this memory fear is going to be the one that I apply to the actual work. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the painting. Yes, we're good. And then I need the contradiction, which... Did I really forget what book had the contradiction? I think it was the Wainscot Histories. Or maybe it was in the Mallory. I'll get a few tries. Okay, Frost for fixing and mending. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Okay, so we'll start by talking with Denzil about Arab. Okay, there we go. So, for this one, we go consider the soul's labors, the memory, health for the soul, horns and ivories. So that gives me 5 of the 8 that I need. Secret buried. Perhaps you've provided scale, but not enough to match mystery scale. If you're lucky, you still might succeed. So my expectation is that it's going to ask me about an assistant, which we will get 2 scale from there, and then it will also ask about a painting, at which point we will use, God, I can never remember which one. There we go, the boy prays. And that should bring us to the 8 that we need. Eagerly, we anticipate our work. Okay. I'm going to keep talking with Denzil because until I get the talk under control, I'm not going to be able to do much. Oh, you know what the real shame is? I would have been able to use this desk for the scale. That's fine. I'll try the Wainscot Histories. I genuinely don't remember which one gave us the contradiction. But like I said, we've got a few attempts here, so... More fear, fair enough. He might even reply. So I can't use the memory fear on Denzil because that'll only bring us up to 4. I do actually need the, I need something with 2 edge, so that's why I'm going for the contradiction. There's still a chance. Excellent. Okay. Does a lot with silence, this man. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to talk with Denzil about the contradiction. So that's just going to lock in his edge, which is what I need. And then we're just going to continue talking with him for memories. Again, I don't think I'm going to need it, but it's kind of an insurance policy at this point. Opportunity, an element of the soul. Increase relevant aspects by adding an element of the soul card. So these don't actually confer anything. Did well for, or well, okay for money though. No! So it's randomly determined. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. I'm hoping I don't wind up losing my health. All right, take a moment to look at something here. I am going to take a look at all of the paintings to make sure that I don't have a 2 scale hiding away. Yeah, that's the best we got. Mysteries of this book have defeated me for now. You can always try later. Regret. Okay, fortunately it's just fatigued, so... I do think it's worth trying again. I mean, if there's no real consequence for it, you know. Now, I am curious about one thing. So if I were to try to use... Yeah, can't be a malady. I also keep forgetting Denzil is actually also able to use materials. So we can give him a granite slab. Which, incidentally, would help to get down here. But I think the time has come to go to the gloomy room. So the window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. Examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he recorded to have unlikably gloated. But his great-great-grandson Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he bought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. Possibilities here. Let's catalog the books. Oh, right. Sorry. Keep forgetting. I gotta do ID at the desk. So I think in principle, what we tried to do with the scale text is the right call. But obviously, I need to be prepared now that there's basically there's no guarantees on that. I also think it's reasonably clear that we can expect Reverend Timothy and Denzel to unlock a couple more rooms for us. So we've got the Shadowed Atrium and the Despoiled Laboratory are two obvious options available to me. One will be kind of costly, but okay. Deoris is a 2 nectar text. I think given the right weather, we'll be able to claim that. A nectar text would definitely help, because that would probably allow me to sort of bootstrap to Hey, no worries, Dendrian. I'm going late anyway, so you've been a trooper. Thank you for hanging out. I probably won't be going that much longer myself anyway, so. Right, A Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, this text yet unrevealed in beta. So I think in this case, let's go for the easy lantern text. It does tie up my tryst for a little while, but I don't hate it. So I can master the mystery in this book, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. And again, I got to think about my game plan. So I think where I can, the aim is still going to be to load up on fear. And I think I do need to be a little more careful this time in terms of who I bring on, because Reverend Timothy and Denzel will both be good options. It is actually also worth remembering now that with Autumn here, we're going to have hirelings who we can get nectar from. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Black Ellie, Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot. Sorry, just 1 second here. Okay, so just making a note for follow-up in the email. Written in Deep Mandiac, so I don't know that, and it's a 14-heart mystery, so it's certainly well outside my powers for now. Oriflamme's established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase All right, Black Ellie Damascene, matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didius Julianus. She reportedly instructed that the secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, Didius Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. So, I did say I was going to go for the scale. So that means health is off limits. There's no version of things where I use metal. Let me just double check that, but... yeah, so the lantern is for Timothy. Well, I guess technically we have an easier time with Forge. Nah, we should still work towards winter. Yeah, so health is off limits. I think I am going to use metal at the Sweet Bones. So it's very likely I'm going to hire Timothy, but we're not. That's not certain yet. We will see what the weather brings. Okay, cloudy day. That's not helpful at all. So in this case, we will use the whist to bring... yeah, so we bring the whist to bring in Mr. Kill. And we get fear on Mr. Kill. We get fear for ourselves. We start reading the book with health. We hire Reverend Timothy. We can hire Reverend Timothy right now, I suppose. I do appreciate the contribution. The only thing is it takes longer to talk to Reverend Timothy. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay. So we're gonna take a second to talk with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And this is just while we wait for the text. This is definitely taking longer than I had wanted, but I think we can still get through it. So, regret's useful in its own ways, but... Oriflames thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Friar Stanislav John Schaller. So he understands Frisian, he's interested in nectar, understands crack track, and he's interested in heart. So we're going to talk with him in the evening, but we should have at least a heart... No, actually, I don't think we have a heart skill. No, we do. Megaphene Mysteries. We could have given him a book, obviously, but skills are kind of nice. No risk of theft. Ah, now that's convenient. Alright, I've mastered the mystery in this book, and I've gathered lessons it concealed. We also have gotten a higher level of Inks of Revelation. It is different from Inks of Power. Also, equally importantly, we've gotten a Memory Revelation, which we can use with Reverend Timothy. So this is probably the time I want to consider picking him up. So, first things first, we need to get another fear. So I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it, perhaps recall a memory. And clearly I'm letting this go to waste, so let's use Shapt and the Sweet Bones to make some money. Memories don't last long outside of books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay. I think I need to start talking with Timothy at this point. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy again, but this time about Faust. That's going to bring him up to 6 Lantern. Together we'll be watchful. And we've got our memory fear. So we're going to take another crack at the... we're going to take another crack at the hunting journals of Brian DeWolf. This will also be informative because if we wind up with... if we wind up in another situation where it asks for an element of the soul twice, that also tells us something. And that'll prepare me for sort of future challenges like that. So perhaps you provide a scale, but not enough to mass mystery scale. If you're lucky, you still might succeed. So we are kind of banking on a fairly narrow path here. We're banking on being able to be assisted by someone, but also on being able to use a painting. So we need 2 of 3 events to sort of tilt in our favor, which is, it's not great. Like you wouldn't normally want to rely on something that flimsy. What are we looking at here? Okay, fixing and mending, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay, so we should have a... Nope, we don't have a florin yet. What am I doing? I mean, an Arab doesn't really do a whole lot here for me. I am the librarian of Hush House. I will question the villagers of Brandkrug, and I will add whatever they tell me to my store of knowledge. It'll get me another memory, but, I mean, let's be honest here. I don't really need more memories at this point. Right, my assistant and I are vigilant. So I'm going to still keep talking with Reverend Timothy just because he's the only... Like, I do not want to lock up Mr. Kill in a conversation at a time where I may need him. So we'll enjoy a chat with Reverend Timothy, see what comes up. But for the most part, we're either going to use him for the dimly lit chamber or the shadowed atrium. I'm trying to remember. I think the dimly lit chamber does actually have books, so it probably makes more sense. As much as I like the content that's up here, I actually think the room with the books makes a little more sense. Opportunities, there is still a chance. Okay. It's looking very familiar. That's obviously an invitation for us to get another health, by the way. A memory, okay. Oh my god! I don't have the time to get that memory. That sucks. Well, hindsight gets me 1. Oh man, I didn't even think to get another fear, because that was absolutely... Like, this tryst is just sitting around. I guess the one preparation I can do is, I can study the... knock text again. Just in case we get hit by another one. Oh, that's such a shame. So it has to be either the coffin... Yeah, actually, we're not even going to be able to... So it has to be the coffin maker's assistants, otherwise we don't make it. Epiphany. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments. Choice. I don't think that helped us, though. Not today. The mysteries in this book have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. Now, I feel like we only got 2 there. But we do have a model for the future. So... Okay. I think we're at a point here where I can just use Timothy. Like, we're not going to get any more books read at this point. Or are we? Well, we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill because he's a little bit faster. And then... yeah, well, that's not happening. Yeah, I gotta figure out where I'm getting my nectar from. Oh, there's where I get my nectar from. Damn it. So... I could have used my health instead of chasing an uncertainty. I could have used this memory. Oh. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. You only YOLO once. Nectar, Hedge of Thorns. Perhaps you provided nectar, but not enough to match Mystery Nectar. If you're lucky, you still might succeed. None of these have nectar. Dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I'll need counter-influences to unwind them. Now that's an interesting collection of books. Reading room. Visitors... Oh. Visitors were permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. So, looks like these are... Yes, okay, so we've got from a few different regions. So, uncatalogued book, Nocturnal, Baronial, Curia, Solar, and Dawn. In addition, we've got the reading room desk. The book wheel is a DeWolf heirloom, a gift to Ava DeWolf from her admirer, the adept Franklin Bancroft. The desk and lectern are much more recent. Steel plaques on both read to Gravinius Van Loren in gratitude for his assistance in the closing of the Winding Stair. E. Abney Hastings, Secretary Nocturnal, 1928. And a veiled cup of Goddess Lapsing Suchong. An imposing reading armchair. Nestle imposingly. Okay. I have some ideas. Obviously, we're going to want to catalog all of this, and given that I'm cursed, I don't need to worry. Oh, we want to talk with Friar. Okay, we need to give you a heart. My visitor has questions about about blessings or wardings or life. I have answers. Scaling. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we're going to try the same trick we did last time. Opportunities, there's still a chance. Oh, rain. Well, that'll get us... That'll get us the book. How encouraging. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in the future. So we're up to Bronze Spintra now. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, Spintra. Bronze Spintra are usually display the act of shaping on their reverse side. Okay, let's... I think we need to talk to Mr. Kill for starters. Okay, increase the relevant aspects by adding an element of the soul card. Now, I do have the option of saying nuts to my scale effort. I want to go for this nectar. I don't think I'm going to do that though. So, what advantages do I get? So if I had a rose text that I could read, I could get intuition, or a moon text. We haven't read either. The gardener gives me, the orchard keeper gives me 2 nectar, 1 heart. So the maddening part about this is I can actually employ the health and the rain. So that would give 3, a total of 5 nectar. Wait, why is that maddening? Because I don't have any nectar to worry about anymore. Yeah, so I don't need to worry about the rain as much. Okay, so 5 heart. So if I were to employ the rain on Mrs. Kill, so that would bring it up to 3. But then the heart in addition to denying me the scale, yeah, that wouldn't be sufficient. So I either need another heart. No, another heart's not going to solve that. I need a core. I'll probably wind up hiring Reverend Timothy again, but I'll be a little more cautious in terms of what I pick up. Another element of the soul, so we already said we're not going to employ that. Researching this definitely put me behind. Adding a weather card. I wasn't expecting that. Well, look, I'll be honest, I was really wanting to use this to take a crack at the higher level one, but frankly, the right sky's weather, why not, right? Gets us the text, and we can move on to the next one. Full flower. Don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, so Deoris Book 1, an occasionally coherent catalogue of the secret gods organized by hour. This is a reprint, but in the original Latin. I mastered the mystery of this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. This volume deals with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ring yew, among others. And we have an impulse off of that. And rights of the roots. Okay, so there's definitely a number of things that I want to get through. I'm going to use the wrong desk. Ava's desk. So I'm going to read the knock text to get fear. Obviously, I have more fear than... I have a few fears that I want to get out of that. I'm going to catch up on my lessons learned, so we will read Inks of Revelation, a new skill, the inks in which the histories are revealed. So that is a lantern and moth skill. I am going to take a second and just see what it looks like on the Tree of Wisdoms. I don't think it's going to get me what I want. Well, it's another whist. Wait a minute, I think I did say I wanted a second whist so that we could move up through the house. Because I've got so many texts that I might be working on, I'm going to leave that aside for now, but I think I am going to commit for one of the whists. Okay, a new skill, Gods Who Were Blood, relevant secrets. Okay, so this is the point where I need to take a minute and think, is there a situation where I can see myself using metal? That would mean that there is some forge thing I want Denzil to do. So that would be six forge. Technically exploring the house would do that. Of course, hiring Reverend Timothy to move up to the Shadowed Atrium is also an option there. So there's no immediate argument for me to the argument for metal is the same argument as me getting that whist. Right to the roots. The oldest hours are the gods from blood, who rose from the from sacrifice. The blood was always spilt on the roots, and the rites of its spilling are still remembered. So I believe nectar skills are nice because I can actually grow plants with them. And I have a feeling that that's probably going to be in line with trying to come up with a cure for my curses. Maybe not despair. I feel like despair is probably a special case, but let's take a peek. So Bosque and preservation. If I give it preservation, it's health. Another Arab. That's mighty tempting, because that solves my Mrs. Kill problems. I'm going to resist the temptation, because again, I have a number of books to catalog, and they may give me an indication in terms of another direction that I want to take this, but I will consider. Okay, Solace doesn't quite, or Solace doesn't really do anything for me. If I have core, it does, but I don't have core. Okay, so the first of the fear that I want. We can use consider in this case, it's a little more convenient. So if I had a lantern of some kind, I'd be a little more tempted to... Okay, so yeah, I need to... This is the time where I need to make decisions. If I want to hire Reverend Timothy, now I need to do it with the Shapt. I'm not going to hire Denzel. And to be honest, excuse me, I actually don't think it's a bad idea for me to earn some money this cycle. So I don't think there's any books in the Shadowed Atrium. And it's clear that I've got, like, I've got some stuff to work on right now. So the urge to follow up on some text isn't quite there. It's maddening that we have 3 nectar, because obviously there's a book with 4. Yeah, in this case here, we're going to focus on scale. We're actually getting very close to the end of the day, which is worrying me a bit. Okay. I think my best bet here we commit the tryst now. Yeah, I think we just try and read the book. So it's 60 seconds, but we're also generating our fear. Cool. And I can get 2 more cracks at the task, and then we'll use Faust to make some money at the Sweet Bones. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I. But I've earned my pay. So I can't reuse them after this just in case it asks us for an assistant, but otherwise, I think we're in okay shape. Opportunities, there's still a chance. So we'll find out in a couple seconds. We already have a fear to work with, which is good. So like this is kind of the point where I regret like not hiring Denzel, because obviously, you know, we'd use the foresight and the metal and, you know, and we're good, but you know, saving money is not the worst thing you can do. But yeah, I should be using this Tryst to catalog stuff now. So let's start with the baronial and we'll move up. So. All right, so element of the soul card we can't provide. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. Not out of the woods yet, but if we get a chance for a painting, we're good. I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. Kion at Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of the snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. In English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. So that's definitely one that we can read. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. There's still a chance. So this all rests on whether or not we can bring a painting or Mr. Killen. Take a moment, stretch my legs, and change my point of view. Increase relevant aspects by using comfort. Are you kidding me? I was wondering if we'd have a chance to do that. I don't think we have any scale chairs, but I'm glad to know that that's an option. I would assume that probably somewhere in the garden, but scale strikes me as maybe a little harsher than... Yeah. I don't doubt that there are scale chairs and rooms. I do doubt that I have access to them right now. You can see, right? Like there's moon rooms, there's some sky rooms. Yeah, it's also worth remembering it just doesn't have to be a chair to be a comfort, so... The plants count as comfort, so that's one I should be paying particularly close attention to. Okay, so statue... Oh! No! Things are not comforts. Instead of like spraying and praying, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue, what is left after the crude powers of the deep earth. Yeah, so I don't see plants as making a ton of sense here. Well, it's close. It's wall art, but it's not. That's good to know, actually, because that's too... I'm definitely not feeling like the, like, I should, I'm looking at the plants because I can, but I'm not actually feeling like plants are the answer here. The statues were an interesting possibility, but yeah, it was, it's not a comfort, so it doesn't. Yeah. Shucks. We were really close on that one. Oh well. I don't think it hurts to just flash the items to make sure I didn't miss anything obvious. But yeah, no, we've seen the available comforts, so close. Not today. The mysteries of this book have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So we will still do the cataloging, but the Orchid Transfigurations, a feast, a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. So there's definitely, like, the reason why I wanted to hold off on and like catalog all this stuff is for this very reason. There's actually quite a few things that we can study here. So this book was probably written around the time of Hushhouse's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Okay. So, I mean, we'll try again. I don't even really think I need to change all that much. I think maybe I just need to stop cataloging for a little while, and then we're good. In fact, I should probably start studying now, because after a minute, we'll already be in dawn. Warming drafts to uplift the heart. A wonderful, this text as yet unrevealed in beta. Reminder, this is the solar beta with its attendant bugs and imperfections, so please don't make a buying decision based off of this unless you really like it, in which case absolutely wishlist and buy it right away. Well, I guess you can't buy it right away, but you know what I mean. Okay. Let's... go nerdy. I'm just trying to think, how do I divide my attention between the consider... So like in terms of books that I can read, we would use the Arab with the Orchid Transfiguration. We could use anything with Keon and Abydos because we have the Ragged... No, that's not true. We would use the Whist there. Well, that throws a wrench into things. Still, I think there is some sense in... Yeah, so I'm going to use the Arab and the Orchid Transfigurations. Quasi-Rosicrucian allegory, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. We will read that. Grail Birth. I can master the mystery of this book. Enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. Now, we're not going to have the Arab next period. That's fine. What I want is the fear so that I can get the Coffin Maker's assistance and all of that again. So, for that, we will consider... Oops. With my Tryst. I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so I know we're using Mr. Kill, so we are going to use our Whist here. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. And Fog, so that's a 3 knock, 3 moon. So the best option would be anything that's heavy on moon. Okay, 5 moon, 5 rose. But I think it's actually Tryst that gives me moon, so where do I get the rest of the moon? I would need a hireling for that, but the hirelings only have 1 moon, and that's a minor in the spring. And if it was winter, we could hire a fisherman, which I think has 2 moon, but it's not. Okay, so that's not going to work. We can hire Timothy, though. Timothy will give us the knock that we need. Alternatively, if we have a very difficult knock text, this is the time to try and knock it down. Well, okay. There we have it. So we have 5 between the Shapt and the Fog. 7. Am I really gonna try? I'm a real glutton for punishment on this stuff, I think. This is so dangerous to try. I gotta do it, though. Okay. But do I have a knock desk is the question. Because my consider verb is already being used. I do not. I do. Okay. Shapt, glass blowing, fog. I wonder if I can get away with a little bit of silliness. No. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. Knock, a crack in the seal. So if I add the second knock book? No, because then it tries to craft something. Alright. Knock, a crack in the seal? Perhaps. You've provided knock, but not enough to match mystery knock. If you're lucky, you still might succeed. There's a danger that I'm going to hurt my Shapt here, but... Now, let's use metal... Yeah, we're going to use metal in the Sweet Bones. Okay, so we're gonna talk with Mr. Kill again. We're gonna get the fear over and over again. It's still the usual trick. Oh God, please tell me I'm using my... Yes, this is the familiar passage. Okay, good. I need to keep track of everything that I'm reading. Otherwise, I am gonna wind up messing up these challenges. So this is one case where it actually wouldn't hurt for me to... I'm just going to wait a little while to level up Mr. Kill. Okay, so talk with you about fear. We're going to grab our text and reread it. And then we need to reread it one more time so that I can have the memory fear if it comes up. There's still a chance. Now in this case, I'm actually going to hold off on the sweet bones until we finish this knock, because it's possible it's going to ask us for an assistant, at which point I want to rush over to Reverend Timothy's and ask him for some help. That would be money well spent in that case. Okay, an element of the soul, so in this case we just apply Shapt, and we're good. Increase the relevant aspects by adding an element to the soul card. There's the chance that we would have been asked about a painting, but like why risk it, right? Let's just take our win and move on. And we're gonna run for the Coffin Maker's assistance. It's not going to be that much of a gap. How is that not the gate flung wide? There's still a chance. I think we should have it, no? There we go. I mastered a mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. Okay, memory pattern. Door and wall. I've gained more understanding of door and wall. Use this card with consider or at a desk. Okay, so that was hairy, but I'm happy. Art! It's educational! You lucky soul! One day this will be limited to in-room availability, but right now, grab it map wide. Okay, that's actually really fun. Stuff, also things. I like this. So this is actually good to know that it'll depend what room you're reading the book in. Wait, but how could you enforce that if you're using it with your consider verb? I guess it's the book that the room that the book was in. It's a mystery for another time. Okay, let's use our Faust in the Sweet Bones. Okay, something to consider. We're going to go one last time with the... Okay. All right, I've mastered the mystery in this book. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. We must devour to be devoured. We cannot be undevoured as we cannot be unborn. We've got an intuition, desires and dissolutions. All is well. Okay. So I'm going to grab the last of the fear that I need. While we're at it, I am going to read the... Oops. Read the hunting journal once again. Okay, we got a fear lesson. So this is completely unnecessary. I would have preferred to use it for cataloging, but we can still get the Coffin Maker's assistance here. Now, I suppose I'm curious why I chose the consider... Oh, I think the consider verb just so that I could catalog a little easier. Okay, so we're going to make a little bit of money. We will hope for some luck when it comes to the research, and we will oh, actually, There's a few things I can do here. So door and wall, I've gained more understanding of door and wall. Use this card with consider or at a desk. New skill, the lock seeks its key, the wall seeks its door, and we who would pass learn at last what they are, that they are not our servants. William Harries. The men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we'd listen. We can get away with one more talk. We don't really need it, but given that we have the ability to improve door and wall with forge and knock, it, you know. The lock seeks its key, the wall seeks its door, and we who would pass learn at last that they are not our servants. Okay. So, wrong consider. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. Skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. Desires and dissolutions. A new skill. The boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. Alright. So that'll help us with Grail in future, although I don't think we have too many Grail tasks right now. We'll overwrite the memory fear. That's, you know, that's just going to be something I need to deal with. But I do want to go back to cataloging these books. It is actually kind of tempting to read Keon at Abydos right now. You know what? That's not a terrible idea. But if I catalog the books, I actually get a better idea of what I need to do. Yeah. I'm okay cataloging over overworking Keon at Abydos. I think we... I was wrong. I can't catalog in here. That was for the lesson. Sorry, I'm losing track. Okay, there's still a chance. I see something in the top right corner every time I open. Yeah, there's like right in the top corner there. It's like a. I'm gonna guess that's probably a scale icon. Nope, it's a little question mark. Neat. Okay, so it usually asks us for an element of the soul. I wonder if it tells us. Yeah, 3 opportunities, but it doesn't say which ones. Weather. Okay. Man, what would scale weather be? So, one more. Wall art. Okay, take a moment to look at something here. Increase relevant aspects by referencing a piece of wall art. Hallelujah. Philemon, or Philemon possibly. Stare into those dead eyes and learn. Well, actually, the hunting journals of Brine 12 actually try to make that appropriate. It's a slightly different. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after the former rivals whom he said his trophies resembled, but still. It feels... What? How? And I think Philemon has vanished. Okay, let me just work through that. So I can't know for sure. Did I forget to add? I'll double check the VOD, but if I had fear, Horns and Ivory is 2, so that's 4. 5 from... Oh no, I guess I need 2. Okay, so Horns and Ivory gives me 2. 3 from the health. 5 from Memory Fear. Philemon gives me 2. I need... Yeah, okay, I actually need that to break for me twice. Right, that's why that didn't work. So I was so focused on getting wall art that I completely failed to recognize that that is not actually the only concern there. Okay, my bad. I should not have screamed. The 6 letters on necessity: warnings and confessions about the cost of the secret arts, addressed to a student and 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Okay, solar. I think solar is the next period. Solar. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s to the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. So at this point, we just kind of wait out the timer. We're cataloging books so we can make some plans for tomorrow, and then the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the Mansus through the opening of his body. In Greek. The 3 and 3 Vatican manuscript, a church and 14 moths, so that's not likely going to be one we follow up on anytime soon. Okay, let's try Dawn. I think Nocturnal would be the most recent period, but I'm also assuming it's the most cursed. Dawn period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated. Again, lol, already diseased. Of course, the consequences will come in, and I will stop laughing about that, but yeah, we're just going to wait out the night. The hope here is to get a little bit of a game plan in terms of what skills I want to be employing for the next turn. Okay, how the end will begin. A prophecy of the War of the Roads, recorded in the subcontinent in the days before the great hooded princes. I think that text is slightly changed. Oops. There we go. No. Okay. I think I'm going to... I think I'm going to try and get the fear. I'm going to get the early fear, I think. Again, some of this does depend on some of this does depend on the weather. I don't know, though. I mean, we've got a number of books that I can be reading, so. I also think it's pretty clear we're going to talk with Mr. Kill no matter what, so Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay, rain. So that's a Grail, Grail Nectar. Now, that's actually an opportunity for us. Because we had a 4 nectar text. Not that one. This one. So I figure we just use the Arab with that one. And we use that with Rights of the Roots. Nectar, full flower. I can master the mystery in this book. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. Okay, as before, I don't see a situation where we use metal, so fixing and mending. And we are already working on our fear in time for Mr. Kill. It's 23 seconds away, so I will have a conversation with him just to get my ducks in a row, but I suspect my next conversation will be to get fear itself. Okay, so same story as before. Now, I suppose if it really comes down to it, I should be investing in researching these other texts. So, Kion and Abydos, for instance. On the surface, it seems like there's not a lot that I can do with it because we only have 3 for the Ragged Crossroads, and I've just used my Whist. But actually, all we really need is we need 1 winter memory, and we've got that locked down. 6 letters on necessity, so weirdly enough, we don't have Moth, but we do have Edict's Liminal, so that's another one where I just throw an existing... Ooh, Witchworms, okay. Probably should be paying a little bit closer attention to some of the cursed elements. Gospel of Zacchaeus is a tough one. We have the Shapt, but Door and Wall, I think, is our best knock. So, like, we can bring it up to 5. Let's say we wind up with Fog, so that brings it up to 8. Actually, with 8, well, yeah, no. If we have a foggy day, then we can do it. Otherwise, I can only get 7. At which point, we're kind of hoping for a break. Anyways, we'll not worry too much about it. I'll go back to cataloging once we have what we need. I can't believe I forgot to... If I wind up with a second fear... Well, no, I'm going to definitely wind up with a second fear, but... if I wind up with a second fear that I can't manage, I'm going to be mad. So I figure we can always give up one shaft in this case. Okay, now we use the fear. All right, something to consider. So now we're ready to research. So memory, horns and ivories, health, our favorite text, hunting journals of Brine DeWolf. We still need the fear. And we get 2 cracks with Mr. Kill providing assistance. Afterwards, I think we'll do Keonet I'll catalog the last book, and then we'll do Keonet Abydos with... oh no, we've got 2 more that we need to... Alright. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we've got herbs and infusions. Cool. We will research that right away. A new skill, pluck it, powder it, mix it, warm it, drink it. But not that one. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna go back to just making money. Effective against corruption. Okay. Let's So everything Skolakosophy has to get its own place. What am I missing? Right, it's the one we're currently using. Okay. So, Whist or Health, Fet or Faust, Metal or Trist, Health or... What is Trist? Yeah. Trist, Whist or Faust, Arab or... So it's very likely I'm going to use this for the Arab. Whist or Faust, Shapt or Fet, another Arab or Metal, Arab or Health. Okay. So lots of duplicates in terms of what we've got here. Which I'm fine with, but again, we want to make sure that if I have like level 2 or level 3 skills, I want to make sure that I'm able to sort of move through the Tree of Wisdoms with a little more dexterity. Okay, the other question I'm thinking of right now is maybe I want to use my Faust with Keonet Abydos, or 6 letters on necessity. Basically, one of these texts here, like the one that I have the ability to get a guaranteed win on. Well, I guess Keonet Abydos I don't have a guaranteed win yet. I need one more Point of Winter from a memory. But yeah, like the idea here would be I can use the FOST instead of making some money. I can get the lessons learned from one of these texts. I don't know. There's no rush on it. I think probably keeping the money is not a bad strategy at this point. Especially because I'm going to get my fear in 10 seconds, and then we can go back to cataloging. And if we finish cataloging, then I can, you know, finish one of the books. Or research one of the books. Okay, there's still a chance. There's the fear that we wanted. Okay, so I am going to catalog first. Again, Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated. And then 2 more after that from the Nocturnal Period, which again I'm assuming is the scary one. Okay, so it seems to always want to give me a chance with the soul at the start. It's 9 seconds, so I don't see value in continuing to talk with the coffin maker. Yep, we just leave it be. So we need something to turn in our favor. Otherwise, we know we're not going to pass it. Okay, memory. It's a start. If it gives us another opportunity with the soul, we still don't have it. The Voyages of Fernician of Oriol, the impossible Sorry, just I am still beta testing. Not a bad time to remember it is the solar beta. I'm currently covering the sign with my sundries. So I do want to take the time to make my notes, even if I wind up sending them later. All right, The Voyages of Fernician of Oriol, the impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history. Those who read it were said to disappear. So readable thing, Moon, Tally Price Codex, and written in Fusine, a dry language. Get back there. Okay, so I am curious about these nocturnal texts, so I am going to catalog them before I move on anything else. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Nocturnal Period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Okay, that's different from what I thought. I guess it's the most recent period, so the curses, the closer you or the further you go back in time, the more likely it is to... Please be wall art, please be wall art, please be wall art. Take a moment, stretch my... Ah! Oh, man. Mysteries in this book have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. Okay, The Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections, the fourth volume of Teresa Gallagher's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. We will get the last one. The book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So I feel like the Sky one should be achievable. The mysteries in this book have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So this is also one case where not pursuing higher levels in the house has not necessarily served me well. But we are kind of getting near the end of this extended break. Like, I don't know. It's not immediately clear to me how we close the gap. Yeah, actually, we had some options in terms of no, between Sights and Sensations and a Storm Memory will be fine. But yeah, overall, I think I've got enough to kind of keep me occupied in terms of reading for a while. Okay, The Wonderful Shape, this text yet unrevealed in beta. So, it's written in Kilasimi. Woven language, 10 Grail. Not one we're going to read anytime soon. So the first thing that I want to do, we have 2 winters. So yes, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take the Ava desk. I'm going to add the Regret, and I'm going to add the Ragged Crossroads, because then we can read Kion at Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. In English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. I can master the mystery in this book, enough winter to match Mystery Winter. Now, one drawback here is that I don't think... Oh no. We may still be able to get our fear before the day starts. But there's no guarantee, let's say. But as far as readable books are concerned, we've already read the Orchid Transfigurations. We can read the 6 Letters on Necessity. Warning Drafts to Uplift the Heart. I really don't know about that one. I feel like we can... So between memory and skill, we can probably drum up 6. But it invites the question as to where the other 2 heart comes from. Like every time I roll the dice on a book like that, I potentially lose something. Locksmith's Dreams is another case. We can pretty much guarantee that one to be read. Gospel of Zacchaeus, again, on a foggy day, I think we'll take a crack at it. And How the End Will Begin and the Voyages of Furnish and of Ariel, that's just not happening. Ambrosial, maybe. I haven't really tried that one yet. I don't think we have a 2 forge skill though, so okay, so if we have a 2 forge, foresight will bring that up to 4. We've got metal, which brings that up to 6, so we'd really just need 1. Yeah, so I mean, again, it's not like we can't try with some of those ones. It's just that the more I risk it with certain texts, the more likely I am to wind up with more sickness. And I guess at that point the question is, like, how willing am I to take on those kinds of risks? And the answer, honestly, is actually pretty willing. Now that I kind of know that you get 1 of 3 tries, I feel like, if you're too short, it's a good idea. If you're less than 2 short, or if you're more than 2 short, it's probably a bad idea. Okay, the entity called Keon arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. So what we're going to do here, I think we're still going to be reading this when dawn comes, but we are going to try and get the... We're going to try and get the fear as soon as we can. We'll lose this one when the dawn arrives. But we're going to take another crack at this game. I mean, at some point, the draws are going to work in our favor. And I've already cataloged everything, so memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we can start by using Whist with Mr. Kill. He's kind of our go-to. Okay, big deal here, because we said that fog was the condition under which I would try to make the Gospel of Zacchaeus work. So let's just double-check that. So we get 5 between the fog and the shaft. Oh, wow, that's actually a lot easier than I thought. Yeah, so shaft, fog, door, and wall, call it a day. We got to go into the Ambrose desk. Employed the doorkeeper's lesser-known arts to establish a new threshold. That sounds super cool. I'm not going to do that yet. All right, the Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the mansus through the opening of his body. Knock, the gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book, enough knock to match mystery knock. Okay. Still want to see how Keon at Abydos is going, and I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Keon demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Keon out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. So we get snow stories from that. We get regret. Unfortunately, that's not what I needed. German LMW, hello, is this some kind of successor to Cultism? It absolutely is. It is by the same company, Weather Factory. This is the solar beta. So right now they are testing this game. This is due out for release on August the 17th. I don't know how much you follow Cultist Simulator, but there was a tweet that sort of the lead designer put out, sort of, I think jokingly sort of saying, like, what if we did a much kind of more relaxed, kind of a cozier game where you're maintaining an occult library. If this tweet gets 1,000 likes, we'll make this game, or something like that. And of course, you kind of already know where this story is going. That is exactly what the Cultist Simulator community did. And the more they thought about it, the more they thought, actually, this is not a bad idea for a game. So the basic idea for the game, we've made some progress. I'm about 6 hours in, although I play the game very slowly. You start off at St. Brendan's Cove. It's the middle of a storm, and you've sort of washed up on the beach. And you basically have a journal and no real recollection of who you are. and eventually you make your way to the village of Brandkrug and your ultimate destination, Hush House, where you are the librarian. And what's interesting about it is that there's a little bit of a personality test at the start. So I'm playing as the archaeologist, but depending on the decisions that you make, you may wind up having a different legacy. So the legacies are a bit different from Cultist Simulator. But I'd say part of the game is about exploring through all of these sort of mysterious rooms. There's going to be a few other things added in. There's pets, for instance. You can, make a warm cup of tea, and you can use that to enhance, a companion and things like that. It's definitely a much bigger game than Cultist Simulator. But right now what I've been doing is cataloging and researching a number of books, and every once in a while there will be some visitors coming by. But to answer your question in the simplest possible way, this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator. It takes place in the same setting, the secret history setting. And actually, weirdly enough, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Locksmith's Dream, which is sort of this live event put on by a company called Tricuspid Limited, which is also takes place in the Six Histories setting, but it's a different company from Weather Factory. It's actually very similar to that. That takes place in a big manor, and sort of you wind up exploring this place. And again, you have kind of contact with the Mansus and these strange mysteries. So it's a different beast, but it's very much the same sort of flavor. And of course, I'm as confused as I was back when I was playing the beta of Cultist Simulator, delightfully so. Actually, sorry, I don't want to turn this into a full sales pitch, but while I'm at it, I should at least give the Steam page if people are interested in wish listing. So just bear with me a second here. Oh, it's an absolutely, it's a truly phenomenal atmosphere. I love the music for the game. Actually, come to think of it, the GOG page may still have a demo. Let me just take a quick second here, because you may actually be able to try. You definitely won't be able to get as far as I am, but if there's a chance for people to try the demo. Oh, yeah. How long is this thing running? So I don't know how many of you are fans of GOG, but this is where you can play the Book of Hours demo. It's basically the demo that I played months ago. God, I don't even remember how far. I think it might have even been like as soon as you made it into Hush House, it said the demo was over. But if you want to know a little bit of the atmosphere, if you want to enjoy the music and stuff like that, that's definitely where you can go. And of course, the link above is the Steam page for those of you who'd like to wishlist. The game again comes out August 17th, but of course, Weather Factory is the last word on when things come out. Okay. I need fear. So we're gonna read the treatise on the underplaces again. So I've already mastered this text, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So in 1 minute we will get our fear, and then we'll kind of talk to Mr. Kill while we wait for that twice. Again, I don't see a situation where we use our metal here, so I'll fix and mend around Brandkrug. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. It feels kind of wasteful to keep using my elements of the soul like this, but the catch, well, not the catch, but the idea behind it is once I start trying to hire people like Reverend Timothy and Denzil again. So, like, for instance, here I would expect Mr. Kill to be able to help me out with that, but I'm definitely going to need Reverend Timothy's help to be able to get into the Shadowed Atrium. Having some worldly resources available to me to take advantage of, a good twist, or a kind of a good turn with the weather. That's the sort of thing that I'm trying to set myself up for. So, okay, we're talking to Mr. Kill. I do have the option of reading 6 letters on necessity, given that we have the moth that we need. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna resist the urge for now. Oh, but I can use the Arab with yeah, I can use the Arab with the 6 letters on necessity. It's Edge and Grail, which isn't very helpful, but I'm not going to be using it for anything else. We're not going to bring in Mrs. Kill. We're not going to read a Grail text. So because this is only a 2 moth text, we just need the element of the soul to put the effort in, and then we can use our 2 moth. I don't even remember which one it was. Edicts Liminal, I think. Yeah. The precepts of limitation and division established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the chancel. Choice. I can master the mystery in this book. I was scared for a second that it was cursed, but I'm just not paying attention. Okay. So we are working on that text. We're almost certainly not going to get the heart texts, and I would like to follow up on the locksmith stream, but I'm definitely going to need a storm memory would be best, but I'm working on my fear right now, so we'll just leave that be. I should have read the snow stories, but I bet I can read that at the Pale Desk. A new skill of Wind, Woe, and Winter. Actually, German LMW, you'll get to see something cool in a second. Alright, so this is a new skill that we've got. It has 1 aspect of moon, 2 of winter. You'll notice, by the way, there are new principles in the game. Some of us are still trying to figure them out, and I'm sure there's some lore mavens who've already completely figured out how this game works. But there's no map to the map. Well, there's technically a map to the Mansis. There is, however, the Tree of Wisdoms. Ithistry, Illumination, Hushery, Nyctodromy, Scolacosophy, the Bosque, Preservation, Birdsong, and Horomachistry. So what I'm trying to figure out here is what snow stories are good for. So snow stories are Hushery and Birdsong. And I want to see what elements of the soul they will give me if I commit them. So that gives us a Tryst or Whist. Okay, we've got lots of opportunities to get Whist. Again, I'm waiting to see if I have opportunities to level them up even higher, so I've been sitting on them. Although I may want to be careful on that, because after winter we'll be in the season of Numa, and then I won't be able to use the lessons learned. Okay. Oh, that storm's going to help us with the Locksmith Stream. So that gives us 2 sky. The 4th volume of the Locksmith Stream is a 4 sky mystery. So we combine that with sights and sensations. Yes, and we're good. I can kind of do that with anything. I don't have anything else I'm going to be reading, so maybe we'll just save that for after I'm done generating the fear. Alright, knock a gate flung wide. 7 were the wounds of his body, 7 the doors of the house, 7 the lesser aspects of the hours, and knock the aspect above all, for the mother of ants is the mother of salvation. Okay, there's the fear. So we're going to go generate that again right away. So this first fear is for Mr. Kill. The next fear will be for the study, and then the 3rd will be for the challenge if it comes up. Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. All right, the 6 letters on necessity, warnings and confessions about the cost of the secret arts addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley. Cosley's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he may have little time left. Speaking of, Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. Okay, so Mr. Kill is ready with the fear. We're going to keep using him to generate memories until we're ready to commit to the study. The book includes a description of a rite which can be used to raise a corpse to half-life, in memory of he who bled for the wood, but the marginalia claim that the Mother of Ants no longer permits the use of this rite. So we got a stolen secret for our efforts. Excellent. Okay, this is exactly the sort of thing that we've been looking to get away with. So we can actually turn this into level 3. Actually, we're gonna have more than one level 3, but that's fine because we can always put things to lesser levels. I'm going to hold on to these for now because I think it's going to require a bit of manipulation. Well, not too much. We should be able to level this thing up. I guess I do have to consider that if I want to level it up. Okay, where are we? Yeah, we'll just wait. I don't need to get too clever about it. Okay. We'll go one last time with the fear, just in case it gives us the memory challenge. But we can commit to the scale study now. Oh man, actually, I'm waiting because if I level up horns and ivories, then I have an even better chance of passing. Talk with him again just because there's a real chance here. Yeah, this is definitely worth taking the time on. Even the sun can be divided, though it require the forge of days for its division. So we've got transformations and liberations. I've gained more understanding of transformations and liberations. Use this card with consider or added desk. Okay, let's get through the queue because I got a few things I want to do here. New skill, Forge and Moth are less different than we think. Every change is in some way a release. So that's 10 seconds. Okay, that's Ithistry and Illumination. Actually, I have a few Illumination already. So, let's consider... Yes. So, unfortunately, we can't go perfect. So, we need at least one memory. So, there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. So, we'll lock that in now. And then it looks like I'm going to be able to combine the fear and the hindsight. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. So I'm still going to have to wait the 36 seconds in order to get that fear back so that I can actually study the scale text. But overall, that's pretty good news for us. And we'll see why in a second. So health has one scale already. We might as well chat with Mr. Kill again. Oops. And I think we don't need to do anything else, so we're going to use Faust. I could use, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So we'll take a minute. That's just, in this case, I'm sort of admitting that I'm not going to be doing that much with my elements of the soul, so we might as well make a little bit of money out of that. And we are... yeah, we're still good. Okay, so we've got Horns and Ivories, which now has 4 scale. So with my health, we are up to 5 scale. And then with the Fear, we're going to be at 7 scale. Now that's still not enough to fully complete the... that's not enough to like deliver on the text. But basically it means that I just need one of those challenges to work in my favor. So the likelihood of me being able to pull the thing off is now considerably higher. I'm not quite ready to commit everything yet, so I still need to wait the 20 seconds to get the Moth. But after that, or not the Moth, the Fear. But after that, we'll use that to study for another Fear, just in case that's the challenge that comes up. We kind of know what the pattern is after. And then, of course, we have all these skills that we're going to be able to use in crafting and all of that later. I have not tried any of these things. So that's going to be another aspect that I want to play around with. Okay, but I've got my Fear now, so let's read that book again. Now we go to the white desk, the pale desk. We take Soul's Labors, Hunting Journals, Hunting Journals of Brine DeWolf. We add health, so that's 1 scale, that's 5 scale, 7 scale with the Fear. I don't really think adding any of these would affect things anyway, but scale. Buried, perhaps. You've provided scale, but not enough to match mystery scale. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So the idea here is, again, we're hoping that we get either the opportunity to use our ally, an opportunity to use a memory, or an opportunity to use one of the to use like wall art. And I think it seems that we've always started with a chance to add another element of the soul. So in reality, we're really looking for one. We're looking for one of the 2 opportunities, unless we've just gotten very unlucky with it offering elements of the soul. But I feel like elements of the soul have been pretty consistent. So while we work on that, we're going to get the Fear from the familiar passage, but afterwards I'm going to use that to study the locksmith's dream. We've got the storm memory, so there's no reason not to. One of the things I kind of want to do is lock away as many of the lessons learned as I can before Numa arrives. Okay, there's the Fear. So we're ready to study the locksmith's dream. 4th volume of Teresa Gallagher's expansive work, no longer a discussion on the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately was recalled and pulped by the publisher, at the request of the author, or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. So we always need a soul to do an undertaking. We'll use Storm because of its sky aspect, and then Sights and Sensations because of the other part of the sky aspect. So it's a challenge. It's Mystery Sky of 4. We have 4 sky to throw at it. I can master the mystery of this book. Enough sky to match Mystery Sky. We already had an impulse. I was a little slow on the draw there, but that's fine. Let's see what we're up against. Perfect. So only connect memory. So obviously it's not guaranteed that that it always asks for an element of the soul. most importantly, we've finally slain this this scale demon. Scale and Earth, there's still a chance. I've mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So this is also a Fear 1 Furs and Feathers. 2 lessons. Echo. Yep, everything's fine. Okay, that was an adventure. So let's take the opportunity to learn Furs and Feathers. A new skill, Beasts, Birds, Husbandry, Harvest. And we'll bring that up to level 2 as quickly as we can. That's a Scale Sky skill. Okay, and that has the Bosk and Nyctodromy. So at some point I'm going to have to properly navigate the Tree of Wisdoms to work out exactly where everything's going, but for now I'm going to rest with with kind of what I got here. I think I do need to start thinking about what challenges I can realistically fulfill, though. So, Ambrosial is the only one on this shelf we haven't read yet. Novel method for the Invocation and Contrition. I have no idea how I'd do 14 rows. More importantly, I don't have the language, so that one's just a non-starter. The Wonderful Shape, Kilisimi, again, I don't have the language, non-starter. Warming Drafts to Uplift the Heart. That one is a possibility. The challenge is that I don't really have... Like, there are some where I can make a reasonable argument that it's within my skill set. This one would really just be taking a flyer. And the problem is that if there's some penalty for failing with heart, with health, that's going to be a pretty big penalty. In fact, I think I only have 1 heart with health. So I'd have to find 7 elsewhere. And there's only so much that you can get from things like storms. So definitely this is one of the riskier texts for me to try and follow up on. We've read these 2, so that's fine. Gospel of Zacchaeus is done. The 3 and 3, I mean, again, if I think I can pull off 14 Moon, great, but I don't even have a element of the soul that gives 2 moons. So, that's definitely a fairly bold prospect. How the end will begin, we don't have any chance there because we don't know Vac, and likewise we don't know Fusine, and it's 18 moons. So in this case, I think it's fair to say that everything else in this room is inaccessible to me. So yeah, I think probably the way for me to think about this in practical terms would be think very carefully about how I'm going to get 8 heart, and if I can make a convincing argument that if I can make a convincing argument that 8 heart is achievable, then I can consider, I'll consider following through on it. As it is, I think we'll see this through. We'll level up the skills that we have. We'll try and go to whatever remaining rooms I can with my existing abilities, and at that point we start deploying things in the Tree of Wisdom so that we can, we can get an idea in terms of what we have available. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon, so we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the menascate, and the madrigard. He cannot be all of these. Sorry. Sorry, he cannot be all of these, can he? The Flemines knew the church, knew dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then synthesis, or is he something else? In Gallicia, they called him Aenus Lamius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. All right, it's already dawn. And actually probably almost dawn where I'm at too, so I may need to think about whether or not I can keep going, but sorry, 1 second. Or sorry, it was, yeah. You know what? I'm going to see if I can actually find a pronunciation for this. No. Gives me everything but. Probably it's so common they don't think people need to know. Great. All right. So the argument was I don't have any more books to read unless I can make heart work. You know, a storm is actually what I really need for that. So storm gives me four heart. I get 5 from the health. Even then, we're kind of short. But yeah, I think that's how that's going to work. So we wait for a storm. And if a storm is not forthcoming, we use the memory just to do other things in the house. So let's assume that we don't have a storm today. We don't have any more books to read. And so the question returns to, what are we going to do in terms of unlocking different rooms? The Ruinous Hall, if I can somehow get 5 heart, we go in. Now, if I could get 5 heart, chances are I would be going into... chances are I'd be reading the book. So let's say that that's probably off the table. Exploring the house, 5 Grail. That is a little bit more likely. I'm probably going to need an Arab for that, though. So I'm going to hold off just because getting an Arab means I'm going to kind of start committing some of these different skills, which is again fine. I just want to be thoughtful in terms of how I'm planning them out. The Despoiled Laboratory is 6 winter. We know that we're going to get our second Wisp reasonably soon, and in that case it's very easy for me to get Mr. Kill up there, so I don't really see the value in working Denzil to get that. Oops. Let's just put that way over there. It should return to its spot. 6 heart, Rose, or Sky. Sky is a Mr. Kill thing, but we would only be able to get him another... Well, in a storm we can get him a lot, but again, the storm is being reserved for heart, so... Yeah, so that's a non-start. That's going to be a hard one. Okay, Heart and Sky is... It's going to be tricky. Not impossible, because we have stuff like... we have the... So, like, if we think about it, we can basically add 3 Sky from a storm... Like, a storm memory and the astrolabe. So we're halfway there. I could turn that to 4 if I used Faust, I think. Wait a minute. There we go. So yeah, Faust gives us the extra one. So I guess... Okay, Storm is 2, Faust, Astrolabe. Okay. But then the problem is that the fishermen only give us one sky. So does the coffin maker. So we're still short. Okay. No matter what, Reverend Timothy is our path to the Shadowed Atrium. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea. He'll offer his assistance in return for a 2-shilling donation to the church funds. The other option I have is using whist. Both make me money. I'll use shopped. We do appreciate the contribution. A gale. Well, okay, look, it's not my favorite. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. So, in practical terms, the gale's gonna get me 3 heart, 3 sky. So 4 heart with the health, 6. So if I can reliably produce 2, storms, which presumably I'll get from the Locksmith's Dream, we have a shot. Okay, for starters, let's talk with Reverend Timothy. I know it takes us 40 seconds, but Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And we will throw our metal at the problems because whatever it is, we're not going to use Forge. Okay, this is a revelation, so that's not bad for Reverend Timothy, but I am going to need to think about where I can get some storm lessons from. Janus, they say, has not 1 face but 2, to which I reply, why only 1? Why only 2? Herschelt and Cosley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Herschelt described him as all the gods and Cosley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. Okay, Watchman's Paradoxes. That's a new skill for us. Okay. I'm going to try with traveling at night for starters. This is actually going to be a little tricky because it's going to cost me a minute, I think, each time I search this through. But it seems to me that Sky is the best place to look for a... the best place to look for storms. All right, a new skill. That amber preserves and is preserved by light. That to hatch is not to die. That the sun... Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, that's another either Illumination or Nyctodromy, and it's Lantern and Sky. But the amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. Okay, so I do want to follow up on Furs and Feathers, but I'm not quite equipped for that yet. So yeah, we kind of sit around waiting for A break with storms. Although, with my health, I think I'm in a position to take another trip out to the moors. In fact, I could even use some of my newfound scale. Last leaves toss and scatter, or gather in autumn. Yeah, let's try with the 5 scale. I'm also trying to think what might I want to do with Arab. What am I thinking? I just threw away the heart that I was going to use. Oh my god. Unbelievable. I'm still gonna study it. Like, I'm just gonna use an Arab in this case, but what on earth? This might actually be the heart that I need. Yeah, so that gives me 2 heart that I can employ on darn it. Okay, this is gonna get a little hairy, but I'm going to use Whist to bring Mr. Kill out. Yeah, man, I made this a lot harder for myself. I can live with that, but I need to talk to someone before I pick up that memory solace, otherwise it's a complete waste of time. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk with Mr. Kill about the solace. I'll claim the solace here. I will rather ill-advisedly pick up warming drafts to uplift the heart. Okay, so we use the Gale, we use Arab because I used my heart like an idiot, or health like an idiot. And again, I want to make sure that I'm using the highest value heart that I've got. Is it really herbs and infusions? Really does make the difference. We're almost certainly going to fail this. I should be... Well, we've already got the memory, so... Yeah. We'll do our best. I hope it's worth it, whatever I get out of the trip to the moors. What's going to be really sad is if I get, like, an opportunity to put 1 health, or, like one thing that would have made the difference when I need 2. That's going to be the worst one. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So I'm going to talk to Mr. Kill one more time. Mostly just because that's my last chance to make the heart work here. Animal bones. Cool. So I'm not using this Despairing Tryst. I'm trying to think what else might I want to get out of this. We've already got the boost to Timothy. We're going to use the Foss to improve his ability. Yep, no, I think we just lock in the rest of it. So in 15 seconds we'll talk to him about Faust, and then he will get us up into the atrium. Still a chance. Okay, Element of the Soul is not a promising start. So basically we need both to work in our favor at this point. The good news is we do have a heart painting if we need to look at the wall. Okay, memory. So we're up to 7. Now this is going to be the heartbreaker, right? Because if the last one is an element of the soul, it's definitely, I specifically did not get this because I went and got animal bones instead of something useful. All right, this has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I'll need to help purify it step by step. So, the atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to St. Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. St. Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said to be said in some sense to be marcher lords charged with keeping of boundaries. We've got the atrium chair, which is a lantern. We've got the shrine to St. Januarius. Aglyphotis scented candle. Okay. So this also gives us access to the darkened church. This has long been a holy place, but shadows are the only worshippers here now. The windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, the organ hung with black ribbons. This will take 6 heart or 6 lanterns, so we can definitely hire Reverend Timothy again. And then the gloomy stare, that's going to be a job for Mr. Kill when the time comes. If they ask for another memory, I'm screwed. I should have actually prepared for that. Just ask for wall art. Please just ask for wall art. The duend is a force, not a labor, a struggle, not a thought. Lorca. A mood has come upon you, which increases certain aspects. Not the ones I need. Oh, no, we got 9 heart. Thank the maker. Whew. The game has not punished me for my bad choices. Okay, I mastered the mystery in this book and gathered the lessons it concealed. So, we've got an impulse. Oh, more herbs and infusions. That is going to be very helpful. Okay, let's never do something risky like that again. So I think that was it for my books. So essentially, unless I can find a way to... Essentially, unless I can access new books with the resources I have, I need to start committing some of these. Now, when it comes to the herbs and infusions, So we'll use the impulse right away. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level turn. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches of the Tree of Wisdoms. This is one of the reasons why I've been hoarding all of these skills, is I have no idea which ones are going to wind up being high skill ones and low skill ones. And a consequence is going to, one consequence of this is that even though I found it a little more difficult to do certain tasks, I am ultimately going to be able to commit more to the Tree of Wisdoms when I need to. And that's kind of the real appeal of this approach. So let's go. What else am I looking for? Sky and scale. Talk to Mr. Kill. We can take a minute to read. I guess if it's furs and feathers, I just need to read the Locksmith's Dream again. Or not the Locksmith's Dream, sorry. Traveling at Night. I definitely want to make sure that I clear this stuff out before we're too far into winter, because Numa will wipe out my lessons learned, and obviously the more difficult it is for me to get certain memories, the more likely I'm going to lose those lessons learned. Okay, that's actually a good one for us. Herbs and infusions will take the memory. In fact, well, no, that doesn't work as well for me, because I'm gonna have two memories solaces now, or solace now. But I don't have to commit. Oh no, nope. I have a corny way I'm gonna get away with this. Or am I? Okay, that gossip doesn't help me. Not quite. Oh no. I'm gonna have to give up the... Oh well. Sometimes you have to play the real way. Let's lock in another conversation with Mr. Kill. Wrong book. Okay, let's consider furs and feathers, maybe? Yeah, it's a bit of a long shot that herbs and infusions is going to work out, but... Okay, so night has fallen, so this is the last time we're gonna, or last chance for us to get something for Mr. Kill. Hang on, does that work? I don't think so, but... No, I only had... Okay, so I need heart and nectar to make that work. Still, overall, I mean, in terms of stuff that we've committed on this list, we've got two into illumination. We've got one in Skullcosophy right now, but that's mostly just because I'm trying to figure out which ones are going to go up to like level 2. I mean, practically, I can already commit one of these inside here, but the hope was that I would find some kind of Skullcosophy skill that I could get up to level 2 without having to worry, and then I'd be able to sort of move these up to, level 4. But if we're stuck, we're stuck, right? But yeah, I don't know. Two heart and nectar. That seems manageable. I can get at least one of the solaces right away. And let me just take a quick look at my sheet. So apparently skybooks do produce storm. So maybe I just need to find a different skybook after... after the Allopoly work. Winter. So I am going to read Traveling at Night Volume 2 again, and that's just so that I can get the solace and the queue. An offer from Oriflammes. So for 4, I can get a text in Deep Mandiac. Commandments for the... I think we already got this one, so... Or already were offered this one, so... Generally, my answer is yes to all books, but I am limited in terms of my financial resources. Okay, seems to me like we are going to talk to Reverend Timothy again. So Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2 shilling donation to church funds. I'm actually gonna talk to Mr. Kill as well. Perfect. Okay, so we can bring Mr. Kill up to a 5. You know what, the much more difficult I was originally going to use this storm with the herbs and infusions, but it's such a good opportunity for me to make more of the sky. So we've got the Reeking Chamber, which I think this has the musical instruments in it. There's the web-snared room, which was like the map room. So I do technically have more opportunities in this room than this one. But I'm pretty sure this one has books in it. Anyways, so we leave aside... Ah, damn it, that's not going to work. So if I... well, I've already spent the money, so maybe this is one of these times where I just take a glass of water and I recharge my Faust. Yeah, I think that's going to be what I do. Okay, so we're going to start by talking with Reverend Timothy and the Faust. So that's 30 seconds to improve him. I need to wait 30 seconds. So basically the problem is that there's too much demand for one of my skills. In order to be able to bring Reverend Timothy up to the level that I need to I need to use the Fost on him, but I also need to use the Fost on Mr. Kill. So what we're gonna do here, we'll talk with Mr. Kill first of all to give him his dorm. I definitely want to recover the Fost, but the question is, do I go for Shapt or I think I'll do Whist. So I could settle in for a nap with a cup of something warming or a glass of something soothing. Add a beverage to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. So I'm gonna start by trying a glass of water. Oh, I can't put more than one. Okay, well we definitely want the Fost. There we go. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. So obviously if I can find a way to regularly generate beverages, that's going to help me more. Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. Okay, so the Solace is going to help us with the lessons learned. I'm going to try and keep that... Okay, hang on. This is right. I will use Fost with him. Let's try and find another sky text. It may have to be the Locksmith's Dream, which I don't think actually gave me what I was looking for. Well, okay, if that's true... Oh, but I don't have a Nectar. Well, hang on, maybe I do have a Nectar text. I have like 2. It's a little bit of a higher wire act now. I am going to try Shapt in the sweet... Oh, yes. D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate, Sotire. So he is looking for a lantern or heart. Some of you who are fans of Cultist Simulator will recognize Douglas. Okay. Almost there. So we need the Fost, which will arrive in 59 seconds. So we're going to keep talking to the Coffin Maker because we get 10 free seconds compared to talking with Reverend Timothy. If we don't get Reverend Timothy up to 6, then we've effectively wasted the turn. So it is actually rather important that I talk with a character a lot. I suppose in an emergency I can give Reverend Timothy the... Evening Isles coffee, but that's definitely, like, compared to some of the other ways that I can improve him, that's pretty wasteful. So unfortunately that's only going to be 1 lantern, we need 6. Not bad, but not what I was looking for. Normally I'm happy for the variety, but I actually need something really specific. I'm gonna take a flyer with the Arab and see if we can get the Oh, nice. I deserved a little quiet time. So this didn't actually consume the water. I wonder if that's a consistent feature or not, because if it is, there's absolutely no reason for me not to refresh my skills over and over and over again. Okay, so we definitely need to lock in the sky for Mr. Kill. I should have been looking at, so Sea Holly in summer, Blue Crown in winter. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. I have a specific idea behind that. My assistant and I are vigilant. Okay. So we're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill, although the sun's coming down, so I don't think I'll have that many more opportunities to improve Reverend Timothy. Not what I was looking for, but absolutely does the trick. Cool. I don't think I have what I need for the herbs and infusions, though. Oh, we're currently using it anyway. That's a target of opportunity at this point, so I think we'll talk with Reverend Timothy. Anything we have left over, you know, we'll employ towards... Although I should still be reading. Why not? Oh, I screwed up. Hopefully the 30 seconds. I need to still be able to talk with Reverend Timothy, otherwise I'm going to lose this lantern. It's definitely looking close. I don't think we've heard the birds chirp, though. I think, yeah, the intuition's not gonna help us. Okay, Timothy, we're gonna talk about your revelations. Okay, Blue Crown. The sky-colored petals of Blue Crown are always cold as frost. Nectar, sky, winter. It's considerable. It's a thing. It's a flower. It's a material. And it is fuel. Hooray. So that could be it as far as my skills are concerned. It really depends what we find in the web-snared room. We got an impulse, so that would have helped us too with the herbs and infusions, but we don't have any lessons learned, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. I suppose once night falls, I would think about what the next improvement I need is. I think it would just be, honestly, I think it would just be Reverend Timothy again, because he can take us up to the Darkened Church. But yeah, at this point here, we need to start thinking about what I commit in the tree of wisdoms. Okay, so we still get a chance to chat with Mr. Kill, so I'll take the opportunity. It's a tough call whether it makes sense for me to go up the gloomy... oh, wait, no. No, it doesn't, because Reverend Timothy can't help with the gloomy stair. So we've got the darkened church. I just want to double check that I've got this right. Yeah, I think it's just the darkened church that's accessible to Timothy. Cool. This is such a good looking room anyway. I probably would have picked it on its own. That's a 9 for Lantern, so we're going to need considerable effort to bring him in there. Okay, the nave of the Abbey Church. For 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects, though since the heresies of the intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th Librarian Brine, who was a believer of the Second Dawn variety. I don't think we have green, but let me just double check. The music has a really good habit of coming in at just the right moment. Okay. Organ, one must practice slowly, then more slowly, and finally slowly. That won't matter. Solar altar. The sun in splendor is the hour which was sundered, the hour which is not conquered, the hour from which proceed all the other hours of the day, or so the church teaches. So I will confess, there's definitely quite a bit, like, it's... I need to spend quite a bit of time thinking about the different rooms and the different things that I can do. So, like, the actions that you can perform with a Practic Garden dummy are going to be different from what you can perform with an organ, and those are going to be different from what you can do with a solar altar compared to the shrine to St. Januarius. They will accept different things, and they're also going to have different results. And I think a lot of that is going to help open up some of the difficulties I've been having just getting things done inside of the game. The drawback is that there's so much to do that I need to kind of keep my head in terms of like really getting an understanding of what I may or may not want to do. But that's a nice problem to have, right? We've got an uncomfortable seat. This will be interesting if I need it for study. No books in here. Oh, I was wrong. There's a solar book. Easy to miss. Right. I keep making that mistake. Probably because I'm doing something I'm not supposed to, but... This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. The Watchman. The way is lit for the willing and for the unwilling. The Menascate. What is within, without. What is without, within. The Sun in Rags. When it ends, it will be a beautiful ending. And the Madrigard. Whatever is not necessary shall be quenched. I like the Sun. Sun's pretty cool. I can live with the Watchman, but... Chionic theoplasma. A chilly nimbus numbs my hand. A theoplasmic contamination. The contamination has affected my tryst with a malady. Now that's interesting. It says it has. Okay. All right, Nin's Cages, Bruges text, illuminated. It's a winter mystery, and it's written in Aracapian. So just taking a look. Edge, Malady, Cured with Sky. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to indicate... oh, did that wind up on the bridge? There you go. I can't remember. Is it night? Nope. I suppose there's a question as to why I'm doing this, but yeah, so it seems like there wasn't really a consequence for double cursing myself. We should be able to satisfy Detective Inspector Douglas, or sorry, Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore. Or less, as he is known among the initiates. Yeah, it looks like I don't have a single lantern to offer, but... oh, but I do have a single heart. Okay. D.I. Moore. Please enjoy your complimentary Magaphine Mysteries. My visitor has questions about the blessings or wardings or life. I have answers. And the moment of truth. So the web-snared room, like I said, I think has texts. So we will use Mr. Kill here. The cobwebs here are thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Then Lauren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but their webs are real, and it'll be long and tiresome work clearing away the webs. Okay, so good news, we did have a text here. Again, I make the same mistake. Okay, the Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s, lower chance of being cursed. Map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th Librarian and former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. So it's got Care Yees. Spired City is dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. We've got the Lunar Globe. This is good for granting Rose and Moon. We've got the Vagabond Desk, an elegant relic repurposed by Green for small and secret war. Green's red chair. And a vase of roses. Or possibly vase. I don't know the right pronunciation. Dim Hall, that's going to be a Mrs. Kill job. But yeah, unless I get lucky with Sky again, I don't see how we... I don't see how we go any further in the house. Essentially at this point we're relying on the weather. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll make the first step trying to get Arab, assuming that I can't read the book that I'm currently cataloging. If I can't do that, I'll get the Arab first, and then following that, I will I'll maybe try and get another Whist. The thing is, I know there's a lot of books up in this area here, so it makes sense to follow this first. Over here, I'm sure there are books, but it's not quite as... Like, there's a kind of a treasure trove up here. Okay, the War of the Roads, 1451-1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. So this is a pretty straightforward one for us to follow up on. So we'll use the Tryst here. We should have a very strong edge to apply. I just need to find it. Yeah, the Ragged Crossroads is sufficient. So edge, a conquest. I can master this the mystery in this book. Enough edge to match mystery edge. So we won't finish it before dawn, but again, this is cursed, so we weren't going to use it for anything else anyway. Really, the question at this point is what's the weather next turn to see if we can do something interesting. Another storm. Okay, well that's a job for Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. How encouraging. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they will be to satisfy next time. So I've got a tin spintra, something that led me to way too long of a confusion on numismatics. But we don't learn if we don't make mistakes. Or perhaps we do, but it's usually an indication that we're not trying things interesting enough if we don't have stumbles. Okay. So I think probably the Reeking Chamber is the most sensible next location. And again, I'm not going to commit the skills until I know we've gotten every book that we can. It's probably a little obsessive and unhelpful, but one big thing about it for me is that it's... Well, number one, I want to make sure that I clear out all of the lessons learned as quickly as I can. But second of all, I would like to... Actually, one thing I can do... So... If we take the Whist... And a glass of isle water. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. From there, we'll take the sweet bones. I should have done that earlier. Together we'll be watchful. Lantern and sky, and what else is going on here? Okay. It is not now widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. Something big happened. I should probably be picking up more things from the walk on the moor. Unless I feel like maybe I want ingredients. Yeah, let's maybe just make sure we've collected whatever winter plants So we've already Sea Holly in summer, Blue Crown in winter, so we're good there. Well, that's going to make things interesting. Pluck the petals of the Lenten rose. So I don't necessarily know what I'm going to use in it, but I certainly would not want to be in a situation where I feel like I needed something, and I didn't take the opportunity. As far as the gardens are concerned, I think we've got what we can from them. Okay, my assistants and I are vigilant, so in this case, you know, I'm wondering if there is an advantage to... I think probably what I want to do here is I want to open the room as quickly as possible. I do want to get memories, but like the question is, what are those memories for? I'm already reading the books. I don't have access to any other ones. So in this case here, opening the room at least lets me see if there are other things to pick up. Kitty Mazarine. Yeah, musical instruments. Nothing to use. Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter's evening she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. Rose-haunted hall is 7 grail or 7 nectar, so again, that's definitely a Mrs. Kill job, and it's one which we need to invest fairly heavily in. 5 hard is not that hard to accomplish, especially if we're in a storm, so that's going to be a Mrs. Kill job as well. But I think we have clearly hit the point where I need to start investing some points into the skills, and I think that might be a good indicator. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll wait for the completion of the edge task, or the edge text, but once we do that, I think probably it would be a good time to call it, because it's been 7 hours, and I said I wasn't going to do another 9-hour stream. I'm an idiot. But I think probably what I can do here is I'll have a think about where I want to put those skills, and then I can, you know, I can do another video. One word on this, I am probably going to do some videos on my own time. I'll try to make sure that they're made available before I play the game live again. But at this point, I mean, the 9th is coming up. It's less than a week away now. So I do want to make sure that I'm really, you know, hitting... If I can, it would be nice to hit the limits of this particular beta. I don't know if I will, but it seems like a good target. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King, Henry Tudor, undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement. His attempts to cheat the Forge end badly. The Leashed Flame is released, and Henry's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. Okay, so we've got Menescate Reflections, a Memory Foresight, which is kind of tempting. I think I have the time and the means to improve Denzel. So Denzel wants to talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will buy his help for a day. I am taking a bit of a risk here, but I think it's worth it. What do you need? Speak to Denzel. He might even reply. Okay, so I got my whisk back, but that's actually not the priority now. should learn the Metascape Reflections. A new skill: without is purified, within is erased. Okay, so that's an illumination and a preservation. So the tricky part here is I think it's going to take 90 seconds. I don't think I'm actually going to get the metal back in time, but we can try. So I'm going to talk to you about foresight. Okay, so we gotta rush you back into bed. A refreshing cup of water. So the aim here, like obviously I said I was going to be putting all that effort into winter, but like the way it's working now, there is the possibility that there's books inside here, and I didn't have anything else to do, so there is the chance that I'm going to be able to use Denzel to unlock other parts of the house. So we'll see. I think tonight's going to be the last turn. Like if we unlock something new, I may spend a bit more time, but it's a natural place to end if the sun sets before. I think we're okay though. Like if we hit 1 minute before the bird sound, I think we're fine. I could be wrong, but I maybe want to be a bit careful in terms of just being quick on the pause button to make sure that he can use the newly released metal, but an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So this I'm not expecting too much from, but we'll see how it goes. 24 seconds. Oh, that's tight. Looking good. I don't think we're going to be able to get Arab back to bring Mrs. Kill in, but we don't need it. We do, however, need to talk to Denzel about metal, inspiration, and determination. So like I said, the main motivation behind that was just, you know, I don't have the winter right now. I do have a big stack of money. I might as well, you know, take advantage of the opportunity. Even now that I know, at least right now, drinking the water doesn't consume it, I'm much more inclined to try and restore it for Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Okay. I don't see any advantage to... Well, no, that's not entirely true. We'll talk with Denzel one more time. He might even reply. So once night falls, we have to use him. But if we wind up finding a book, you know, maybe we'll be able to use the memory. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Interesting. Okay, so we are going to put him into the despoiled laboratory. This was an alchemist's workshop and a picture gallery, but the pictures have been flung down, the vessels overturned, the solvents and reagents spilt. This will be time-consuming and dangerous to repair. Flood Gallery. Theresa Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended the space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. We've got Ava de Wolf was the Baroness. This is the crystal called scolecite, the wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. So we do have a text to work with. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about the knowledge it might contain. While we do that, Armagnac Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yves beyond the sea. Lots of paintings. We do have the alchemist glassware, and again, tons of reagents, an egg. Sustenance. Interesting. Brine Krug, even the hours are kind and the years are kinder. This egg may stay viable quite a while yet. Solomon's preparation. Turpentine. Biotic essence. Wolf snow ampule. I'm just thinking... Oh, here we go. The Incastum terminal of the Second History. It's the glowing crimson mauve of the Secret Histories. Porphyrin was venerated by... venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. And Catsium inks can be used to make determinations. If the hours listen, the world changes. Serpent-styled glass. Okay, that improves scale. Ruby-wise ruin, glassfinger toxin, sacrament malachite. Just looking for something that might heal me. Oh, melodic chair. A lumpy melodic chair. Someone appears to have tuned to the squeaks. And of course the alchemist glassware. Okay. So I suppose the question is what's in the book? So it's something we can read now. It's more lessons we can learn. The 3 and 3 Kerishim manuscript, a more recent text is yet unrevealed in beta. A level 10 moon mystery, so certainly a very challenging text, particularly for us, and I should have been more careful with the book. They tend to run away if unattended. Okay, so definitely challenging to move deeper into the house. Well, the moon less so. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Good God. See, the thing is, I know I'm going to be able to get Mrs. Kill to go into the neglected room. But there's always going to be another thing for me to do in this game, and I really need to go to sleep, and it's a very good time for me to go to sleep. So, here's what I'll do. This will be the compromise. Let's talk about what the immediate plans are going to be for the next couple turns. So first of all, I'm going to sit down and write a big list of what like level all of these things are, what part of the Tree of Wisdoms they can go down, etc. And I'm going to maybe work that out on my own time, and I'll explain that at the start of whatever video I do, whether it's a VOD or a live broadcast. There are two things I definitely know I want to do. So number one, given that it's considerably easier for me to refresh my skills than I thought it would be, I am going to basically, for something like the Neglected Room, I need to talk to Mrs. Kill. She starts with 2 Grail. I talk with her about Arab. That brings her up to 4 Grail. And at that point, I just need something like a Satisfaction, or basically anything with a Grail, and she's going to be able to go into the Neglected Room. And chances are that pattern is going to work a few different times as we go up the tower. It's a little harder when it comes to Moon and Rose, because right now we don't have any elements of the soul that provide Moon and Rose. But as you can see, like... so in terms of the maximum that we can get Mrs. Kill up with our current setup, her base 2 from being a 2 from Arab, 2 from Satisfaction, so that's 6. And then in theory, if we had some kind of a Grail tool, we'd probably be able to bring her up to something like 7 or 8. Now, there's definitely the option of, a drink. So Domaine Reveline would be a good example of this. That's a free 2 Grail right there. Again, it's consumable, and ideally I would like to use that once I've sort of used some of the other alternatives. And if I recall correctly, it was not that hard to make it. I actually wrote this down because it seemed really helpful. So, Witching to Sane from Desires and Dissolutions. And I believe I would only need 5 off of that. So, it's not completely solved. Let me, just for example, God, how do I even do this? Okay, sure. So yeah, we'd use this. We'd use the Grail. Oh yeah, no, this actually isn't that hard at all. So Desires Dissolution, Arab, and a Grail Memory. But again, that becomes an argument for a second Arab again, because it would take me 3 minutes to just resting to get everything that I needed. Plus, okay, yeah, so Arab at the start of the day to get Mrs. Kill. 90 seconds for rest. 90 seconds, or then refresh her, or let's give her the Arab. Another 90 seconds to refresh. So I guess that would also be 30 seconds there. So we're looking at, let's say, 3 minutes 40 seconds, and then however long it takes to make this. So yeah, this is definitely a good argument for another Arab anyway. But in any case, with that, I could then make the ceiling for Mrs. Kill 8 for her Grail if I were to use an element of the soul, a memory, and a beverage. And that's almost certainly going to take me all the way to the top of the tower, which of course in turn gets me a whole bunch of books. So. But yeah, so that there's a similar argument you can make for Mr. Kill, except that I don't have a winter drink that I know about yet. But that's my first impression for getting what I need from my followers. So that really just means 2 new. Realistically, that just means 2 new. 2 new elements of the soul. And then there's an argument, I think, for Tryst, because right now in winter we can hire a fisherman which has 2 moon, Remembering, of course, that right now we're trying to explore a 5-moon area of the house. Being able to boost them with 2 moon means I just need to find 1 moon through, a memory, and all of a sudden I'm able to enter the abandoned bedroom, which, if I recall, has a forge tool in it. So definitely a helpful little excavation to make. In any case, I hope you all had a good time with Book of Hours. Like I said, I'm going to spend a little bit of time working this out for myself, but I think I have a pretty good idea of how I'd like to proceed in the playthrough. The other thing that I need to take care of, while it has been nice to be able to abuse the fact that despair does not get fatigued, I do actually want to cure this. And it says, so there's some hints that it's given, right? This malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps effervescent to drink, and this much sky aspect to cheer the haunted soul. So, the best I could probably do right now... you know what? This probably makes as much sense as anything. Yes, I mean, we get to see... The thing is, I don't think we actually have any sky drinks to use as an example. So Roskragan is Forge. Moon... Get back there. Yeah, like I don't see... The one thing I do see, like the reason why I wanted to get the blue crown, and particularly because you can see that it's got 2 winter, I can definitely imagine doing some kind of crafting with sky that would turn this into something useful. And yet I feel... so here this is Forge and Grail, so this is alchemy, this isn't medicine. That's going to be higher up. But yeah, so I feel like there's a few interactions that I need to sort of work out. Although I am curious what my highest sky is. I wanted to mess around with musical instruments, but I really do need to go to bed. But yeah, so finding a cure. So if nothing else, I just want to learn how to cure maladies full stop. And then from there, I can make some educated, choices in terms of what I want to risk when cataloging books and such. But yeah, the first priority is going to be to find some homes for these skills, I think. And then... once we're in a position to be a little more aggressive on our moves with the in the house, we can make some picks. I think at the very least, with the whist that we have, I don't know, sort of a blocked off area, maybe like this, I think would be reasonable. We may get lucky and do better, but I don't even know what or I guess I didn't go on a... Hang on. Where's my health? I think I might have lost it on the walk of the moor. That's going to be a mystery for me to figure out, I think. I'm definitely short some elements of the soul. But then where would the... Okay, I actually want to figure this out before I go to bed. I'm gonna go... It's gonna drive me nuts if I don't. So I would have put a skill in with it. Horns and ivories. Well, where else could it have gone? Because normally when I put something in and close it... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has gone into something. That's weird though. Like, I wonder what happens when you lose your health. I have a feeling there's a couple of ways that I can mess around with this, but it does suggest to me I should probably close this for other reasons. So I'm going to save and say that this was Twitch June 2nd. And I will say thank you to all of you. Again, sorry for going so long. It's not entirely unenjoyable to play a game till the early hours, but I have, yeah, I got some stuff to do. Now, I'm delighted to say, looks like Outworld is actually playing a game he likes a lot, Medieval 2 Total War. I'm going to take a quick second here. Maybe I should just double check to see if anybody's doing Book of Hours. But Outworld is somebody who I've known on Twitch for a long time. Yeah, I'm the only one doing Book of Hours now. So I figure I'll give him a raid. He's a big Total War fan. I've never quite been able to get into Medieval 2, or basically any of the old ones. But I figure he's a nice fellow to... Actually, he's the only one who I have right now, but... I hope you all had a good time with it. Like I said, I will do my best to... communicate when I'm doing other videos of this, but there's, as you can see, a lot for me to get through, and I also need to figure out what happened to my health. So I will, when I figure it out, I'll probably say that stuff on Twitter. If nothing else, have a good morning. We'll see you later. I actually see there's a few familiar names, so thank you. Particularly, some of you are broadcasters, so thank you for hanging out. It's nice to see you. But anyways, have a good time in Outworlds. We'll see you later.